We should be started now. Let me go ahead and grab that link for everybody. It's going to be at YouTube at the Shy Hat channel. So that's my YouTube channel right there. And if you want to, we've got a playlist of very easy machines for very easy challenges for the Docker Labs, hacking challenges. So I'll just grab that, and if anybody's interested, you can take a look at these. This is what we're trying to work towards. We're trying to learn all the skills that we can, so that we can be able to do a hacking challenge like these ones over here in the list. It's basically start up a machine on the network and then hack against the machine until you get your super user access to it. And yeah, so we're just training to learning all the skills that we need to be able to do these kind of challenges. Let's go ahead and start the lesson. All right, so this is HackerFrogs After School Network Hacking session number 5, and we've had a number of these already. The last class, what did we do in the last class? So this is the 5th session for network hacking. Let's go over a couple of the concepts we covered in the previous session. So we talked about remote shell access. When we do our hacking challenges, the thing that we want the most is we want to get shell access or remote shell access. In hacker terms, we usually call this popping a shell or getting a shell on the target. So a remote shell is a command line interface access. This is to a remote server, and this allows OS commands to be run through the remote shell. So it's basically taking control of another computer. And reverse shell access, we talked about 2 types of shells. The most common one that we use when we do our hacking challenges are these reverse shells. Mohammed Hassan on YouTube says, hey there, hello Mohammed Hassan, nice to see you here. And reverse shell access is where the listening port is created on the local host and the connection is established by the remote host connecting to that port. So basically, we usually refer to an attacker machine and a victim machine. And the reverse shell is basically we get the victim machine to make a connection to the attacker machine. And that's how we do it for reverse shells. So bind shells are the opposite. We open up a port on the victim machine, and then we connect to it through the attacker machine. But bind shells are very uncommon because bind shells, there's a lot of, they're inconvenient in a lot of different ways. Okay, so we're going to be covering a few different topics in today's session. We're going to be talking about password cracking. So when you're talking about hacker stuff, you often hear people talking about cracking passwords or Neems. Hello, nice to see you here on Twitch. We're just doing a little lesson on password cracking. So password cracking is basically finding out what the original passwords were. We find them out from a hash. Shy Goat, excited for the stream. Thank you very much, Sigma. Nice to see you here. Okay, we're going to be talking about password cracking. We're going to be talking about the CrackStation website. This is a website we can use to crack very simple password hashes. We're going to be talking about cracking passwords in a few different types of files. We're going to be cracking a password in a zip file. We're going to be cracking a password in Linux passwords. And we're going to be cracking a password for an SSH private key. So SSH is basically the way you log into remote servers, and we're going to be talking about how to crack those hashes. Okay, so what is this password cracking that everybody talks about? So password cracking is the act of determining the plain text of a password hash by hashing a string and comparing it to the password hash. So basically, I'll demonstrate in just a little bit. So if the plaintext password is HackerFrogs, we can use, so if we got HackerFrogs over here, we can use the MD5 hashing method. So this is basically a cryptographical method that we do to disguise the password. And after we use the MD5 method, the plaintext password HackerFrogs is going to turn into this long string of letters and numbers. So if the resulting hash and the hashed password is the same, then we've cracked the password. Okay, user A, I see, no problem. No worries, no worries. I'm just glad that you're able to come to class. No problem. Okay, so let's learn about password hashes by using a room from tryhackme.com. So I'm just going to grab the link for the room that we're going to be using over at TryHackMe. So you need to log into TryHackMe first, and then after you're logged in, you want to go over to this link over here. Okay, here you go. All right, so when we're talking about password hashes, let's go ahead and go over to TryHackMe over here. So at TryHackMe, after you've logged in, you want to go over to this link, and the link is called, the room is called Crack the Hash. So cracking hashes challenges. Okay, so after you do that, what you want to do is you want to click on the Join Room button. Because on TryHackMe, if you don't join a room, you're not able to access the materials from that room. So after you've gone to the link here, you want to go up to the top of the page and you want to click on this button on the right-hand side of the screen. It's called Join Room. So go ahead and click on that. And then after that, you're going to see the Start Attack box button over here become available. It's going to be just underneath this little icon of a squid over here. You want to click on Start Attack Box. And Amir on YouTube, thank you very much for coming by. I hope I have a good stream today too. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're starting up our TryHackMe attack box right now, and we're going to be using this machine, the attack box, to do our challenges today. Okay, so if you see that the machine is loading up over here and you see the loading bar, please let us know that you're on the same page as everybody else by typing in the chat, attack box is loading, smiley face. So we definitely want people to be doing the same exercises because it's actually a lot easier to understand when you type in the commands yourself. Okay, so while we're waiting for the attack box to load up, I'm going to show you what it looks like to create a password hash. So over here in my Linux machine, I'm just going to make a little password hash. So I'm just going to call this password HackerFrogs. And we're going to pipe that into the MD5 sum command. So this is going to do hashing with the MD5 hashing method. So after we do that, we see that if we do the MD5 hashing method on the HackerFrogs password, we get this right over here. So this is called the password hash. And we're going to be figuring out how to crack these password hashes. So if we were to do a very simple password and then hash it with that MD5 sum, maybe password 123, then we would get this. So the thing about these very simple password hashes is that they're very easy to crack because they're already known. Usually, if you have a really complicated password hash, then you're not going to be able to use very simple software to crack these hashes. But if you got something that's very easy, so I'm just going to copy this, and I'll just provide the password hash to everybody in chat. If we go to a password, a hash cracking website, so there are a bunch of different hash cracking websites. For example, crackstation.net. It's a pretty popular one. And what you can do is you can just paste in a password hash, and you can try to get the website to crack the password. So all I need to do is click on I'm not a robot, and then click on the crack hashes button. And wow, it wasn't able to figure it out. That's kind of funny. Let's do an easier password. Let's try admin for the administrator password. Okay, so let's try this one. We'll put this into CrackStation as well. We'll just replace it. Sigma asks, is there advantage to using CrackStation over Hashcat and John? So you basically want to use whichever service is going to work. So yeah, it was able to crack this hash. It was able to figure out this is the admin password. And I think the reason why it wasn't able to figure out password 123 is that yeah, I think it will be able to figure it out if we give it this one. So let me go ahead and paste this in. Let's try this again. Okay, crack the hash. So it was able to figure it out. It's because I ran the echo command a little bit in a non-standard way. Okay, so this is password 123. It was able to crack it. It was able to determine that this is the MD5 method. Okay. X5 says, I'm so stuck, glad started at 4 p.m. and now it's, oh, okay. Let's see. Vision Bard asks, what tool do you recommend for passwords with Assault? So the Salt is, you can use any program to crack passwords with salts. I think you can either use John the Ripper or Hashcat. We're going to be using John the Ripper today. And let's go ahead and go back to TryHackMe. So at the TryHackMe page, what we're going to do is we've got our attack box and it's all loaded up. So we just need to click into the terminal here and then hit enter to dismiss this message. After that, we're going to make the terminal big. Well, this is the attack box desktop interface. So we're just going to go to the center of the screen, and then we're going to go down to the bottom here, and we're going to click on this button here that's labeled View in Full Screen. It looks like two arrows pointing away from each other. And after that, so this is the attack box in full screen. This is what we want because, well, we want to be able to see everything nice and big. So let's go ahead and click on one of the terminal shortcut buttons because we're going to be using the terminal a lot today. So it's going to be either this button here or this button at the top of the interface or this button over here on the right. So just click on one of those and it'll open up the terminal. So after that, we can also make the interface larger. We can go over to View and then zoom in. That's Control plus on the keyboard for a keyboard shortcut. So you can we're just going to make it nice and big so that everybody can see everything very, very clearly. Okay, so for today's lesson, all the instructions that we're going to do are going to be at this link over here on my GitHub. And I'll just leave this in the chat so that everybody can see. If you get lost at any point during today's lesson, go ahead and go back to this GitHub page over here, and you should be able to get back on track. So we're currently doing challenge number 1, try hack me, crack the hash room. We've got a link. We've got a YouTube tutorial if you need to take a look at that. And we're now at part number 1, setting up the hash cracking files. So before that, let's see if I have any slides to show everybody. Okay, so we just talked about the CrackStation website. So CrackStation, and that's crackstation.net. I'll just leave the link in here just so that we know what we're talking about. So CrackStation is a good website to use if you're dealing with insecure hashing methods, such as MD5 or SHA-1. So if the password is known and it's using a hashing method that is insecure, such as MD5 or SHA-1, then you should be able to crack those hashes using the CrackStation website. We'll use the CrackStation website a little bit more later on in today's lesson. And let's talk a little bit about identifying hash types. So if we see a password hash like this, and most password hashes are going to just look like a big string of numbers and letters, there are a couple of ways that we can identify them. So there's one program called Hash Identifier, and I'm pretty sure Hash Identifier is installed on the attack box. And there's the hashses.com website that we could use as well. So let me go ahead and hashses.com. Mwana Mabuzi says hello on YouTube. Hello, Mwana. Nice to see you here. Okay, so on this website over here called hashses.com, we can paste in any password hashes, and it'll try to identify what kind of hash is being used. So in this case, I've got a password hash for password123. We're just going to copy this. If you want to try this out yourself, you can as well. And I'll just, let's get the link for hashses.com just in case you wanted to try that out as well. Okay, so let me copy that hash. Let's go over to hashses.com. We're going to paste in the hash here, and they want us to solve the CAPTCHA check. Okay, so I think that is ENASMA. Let's try that. Okay, and it was able to crack the hash, so that's pretty good. So it was able to determine that this was password 123 originally. It didn't exactly tell us which hashing method was used, but that's okay. At least it was able to crack it. That's good. Okay, so what else are we going to learn about today? I think hashed identifier was the other thing we're using to identify hashes. Hold on, over here. Have to check the box for the hash method. Okay, so let's see if we have this program installed. So hash identifier. Hash identifier. Did I spell that correctly? I'm pretty sure I have it installed on this box. Hash. Okay, so hash identifier. This is on my Kali Linux system, and let's see if it can identify this. So it identifies this as MD5. So yeah, so possible hash is MD5. All right, so that's good. The first part of trying to crack a hash is to identify the method that was used to create the hash. And let's go ahead and get on to the main topic for today, which is, well, figuring out how to crack those hashes. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to figure out how to crack zip file password hashes. But before that, there are a couple of steps that we have to do to set up our environment. And we're going to be doing that over here in the GitHub. We're looking at part 1, setting up the hash cracking files. So the first thing we need to do is go over to this page, and then we're going to copy this code. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up a little script that's going to set up our environment for all of today's exercises. So step 1, copy the code below. What we want to do is we want to go to the top of all of this stuff, and it starts with the line bin bash. You want to click on this button over here that looks like 2 squares on top of each other. And after you click on that, it's going to say copied. So that means that all of the code inside of this block here is all copied. And we're going to create a little file out of this code. So after you copied the code, you want to go over to your attack box over here. And in the attack box, on the left-hand side, in the middle, there's this button called Hide Show the Control Bar. So this is the control bar. You have to use the control bar's clipboard to paste anything inside the attack box. So after that, click on it, and then click on the clipboard, and then paste in all your code. After you've pasted in the code, you want to close the clipboard with this button over here, Hide Show the Control Bar. And what we're going to do inside of our terminal is we're going to create a file. Alan Jose just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alan Jose. You're now HackerFrog. Okay, so we're just going to create a file called, what do we end up calling it in the MD5s in the GitHub file? It's called crackingpractice.sh. Okay, so let's call it that. So we're just going to create a file called cracking_practice.sh. So sh is a shell script file. It's basically a bunch of different Linux commands all combined into one. And Dr. Gaming says, how can I hack an Instagram account? I can't teach you how to hack an Instagram account because we don't do any illegal hacking over here. But welcome to the stream. Okay, so the command is nano space cracking underscore practice.sh. So give this command, and then we're in the nano text editor. So after we're in the nano text editor, we're going to paste in all the code. So just click into the terminal here in nano, and then select paste. Okay, so after you do that, you're going to see a lot of different commands here. You don't need to pay too much attention to what we pasted in. We just need to save out this file. So to save the file, just do the Control X keyboard shortcut in the terminal, and then press Y for save modified buffer for yes, and then hit enter to save the file. Okay, so Dr. Gaming says, I'm in a serious situation, that's why I'm requesting you to teach us. I'm teaching a class right now. And the schedule for the stream is kind of set, so why don't you come back in a couple hours and try asking again, because I'm teaching a class right now and I can't really do any requests. Okay, so after we do that, we've saved out our crackingpractice.sh file, and if you do ls, you should see the file in here. Okay, so everybody, if you manage to successfully create the crackingpractice.sh file, let us know in the chat by typing in I have that file done, smiley face. Okay. Dr. Gaming says, do you have an Instagram? I don't have an Instagram, unfortunately. We don't have an Instagram here. Okay. So if you're following along, and if you're following along but you want us to wait up for you a little bit, let us know in the chat because I don't want anybody to feel like they're being left behind. And if you're following along, well, if you're not following along, let us know in the chat as well, because I want to know who's following along and who's not. Okay, great. Nice to see. Nice to see. Okay, so we're going to make this script executable. So this is the script that's going to create all of our hacking files. We're just going to give this command over here, chmod +x, and we're going to give the name of the file. So the name of the file is crackingpractice.sh. We're going to make this file executable, and you'll know that the file is executable. So this is the command over here. The Classy Hacker says, what are we working on? So we're doing a little password cracking tutorial over here. The first thing we need to do is we need to set up the environment. So you'll know that the cracking practice.sh script is executable because it's green. The next thing you want to do is you want to execute the script by just giving this command over here. So it's going to be /crackingpractice.sh. Brumbo says, crackers. Yeah, we're doing a lot of cracking today. Okay, so let's go ahead and give the command. We're going to see that we don't get very much output from the command, but after we run the command, we're going to see that there's a bunch of stuff that we created inside this directory. Let me demonstrate over here. So we've got a HackerFrog.password file, an IDRSA file, a zipcrack.zip file, and these are all files that we're going to be using today. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about this. So we're ostensibly using the crack the hash room over here. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about cracking zip file passwords. So zip files are they're a pretty common file type that can be password protected. And we can extract the hash and then crack the password using a tool like John the Ripper. So John the Ripper is going to be the program we're going to be using today to crack passwords. But there are a few different alternatives to John the Ripper, such as Hashcat and maybe some online tools as well. But most of the time, when people are cracking passwords, they're usually talking about programs like John the Ripper and Hashcat for password cracking. Okay, so let's talk about how to do this. So over at the attack box, we've got this zipcrack.zip file, and these zip files, they can be password protected. If we try to unzip the file with the unzip command, it's going to ask us for the password. So we don't know the password, so we can't really give the password and unzip the file. And what we're going to do is we're going to crack the password for this zip file here. The first step to do this is to extract the hash from the zip file. So we can use a tool called zip2john to do this. So it basically takes the zip file and it's going to extract the hash and it's going to put it in a format that John the Ripper likes. So we're just going to zip2john zip_crack.zip, and we're going to redirect that to a file called zip.hash. So I'm just going to grab this command here. I'll provide it to everybody in the chat so you can try it out for yourself. Okay, so let me go ahead and paste in the chat this command that we're using to extract the hash file, or the hash rather. Okay, so when we read the zip.hash file with the cat command here, we're going to see here that the hash has been extracted. And I'm pretty sure that this part right here, this is the password hash. There's also a bunch of other information in here as well, such as the method that was used to create the hash and the contents of the zip file. GX000, hello and welcome to the stream. I thank you for redeeming the Budweiser frogs. Nice seeing you at the social event yesterday as well. Okay, so what are we going to do? So from here, we've got our hash file that we created. The next step is to actually crack the file. So to crack the file, we're going to be using a program called John the Ripper. So we just type in John, and then we need to provide a word list. So the word list is going to be, let's see, it's going to be user, I think it's user share word lists / rocku.txt, and we're going to run this on the zip.hash file. Okay, let me copy this so that I can give it to everybody in the chat. Okay. So this is the command, and I hope this works. If it doesn't work, then I'm gonna have egg in my face. So when we run this file, the John the Ripper program is going to use the rocku.txt list to try to compare it against all of the against the hash in zip.hash. So rocku.txt is a list of 14 million passwords, and it's going to try to see if any of these passwords match the hash in the zip.hash file. So when we run the program, oh, did I give the wrong directory? Is it not user share word lists? Hold on. Let me go ahead and take a look at my notes. Okay, cracking a zip file password. User share word lists rocku.txt zip.hash. User share word lists. User share word lists. Oh, hold on. Yeah, the Rocky the Rocky file might still be zipped. Let me go ahead and check that. Let's see. User share word lists. Okay. User share word lists rocku.txt. I mean, it's here, and we should be able to run it. Hold on. Oh, words list. Yeah. Okay, I misspelled that. I misspelled that command. Sorry, everybody. Let me get the properly spelled command, and then we'll try that one more time. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that, everybody. My bad. Okay, so we run the command, and then the John the Ripper file is able to run, and it's able to find out the password for this file. So it turns out that the hash, the hash, we cracked it, and we managed to find out that the original password was Star Wars. So we can use this password with the zip file to unzip the file. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so we're just going to unzip zip underscore crack dot zip. So when it asks us for the password, we're going to type in Star Wars. But remember, when you type in passwords in Linux, you don't see anything appear on the screen. But that's totally normal. Okay, and then after that, it says extracting zip flag.txt. So this is the file that we want to read. And to anybody who needs this command, I'll just give this command as well. Okay, so let's read the file. So cat zip flag.txt. And this has our flag. So the flag is a HackerFrogs flag, so it starts with the word frog, zip hash cracked. Great. Okay, so everybody, if you manage to crack the file or crack the password and then unzip this file, get access to this zip flag.txt file, let us know in the chat by typing in zip zoop smiley face. Hold on, gotta type that in. Okay, just like this. So yeah, we managed to successfully crack the hash for a zip file. Great, nice to see, nice to see. Okay, so what other files could we potentially crack? So there are a few different files that we're going to be cracking today. If there are any concepts that you don't quite understand, or if you feel a little bit confused about the commands we're using, let us know in the chat. We'll try to answer your questions as soon as possible. Okay, let's move on. So the next type of password hash that we're going to try to figure out how to crack is Linux password hashes. So Linux password hashes can be captured and cracked, and this exercise is used fairly often in network CTF exercises. And let me show you what this looks like on the attack box over here. So inside of Linux, if you want to try to crack somebody's password, a user's password, first of all, there are two different files that we need to take a look at. The first one is the password file, which is kind of funny because the password file in here in Linux doesn't actually have passwords in it, but it does have a list of users. So these are all the users on the Linux system. So some important users include the root user, and we also have the HackerFrog user on the system. And what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to crack the HackerFrog user's password hash so that we can take over their account. Okay, so how are we going to do that? So we've got these two files here, hackerfrog.password and hackerfrog.shadow. So if we combine these two files here, we're going to be able to get the, well, we're going to put this into a format that John the Ripper can crack. Vision Bard says, if you have write access, I think you can also replace the password hash on the shadow file to a hash. Yeah, we can certainly do that. And well, I mean, that's that we're going to be talking about that technique maybe another day. But today we're just going to be talking about how to crack those password hashes. So we've got these two files over here, and we can actually extract the hash, and we can put it into a format that John the Ripper likes by using the following command. So the command is called unshadow. Then we need to provide the name of the password file and the shadow file. So unshadow hackerfrog.password hackerfrog.shadow. And after we give this command, we need to output this to another file. We're going to redirect this into hackerfrog.hash. Okay, so thank you very much to Mohammed for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's copy that, and then I'll give everybody this command over here. And it looks like we've got a ad break running on Twitch right now. When there are ad breaks on Twitch, we'll also run one on YouTube. And we're just going to take a little 1-minute break so that we can have a little bit of water, and we'll wait for the ads to run out on those on Twitch and on YouTube. So while the ads are running, we're going to be putting on some birds because I love my birds, and I've got a little bird feeder. And I want everybody to watch the bird video. I think these guys are super cute, and we'll be resuming in about 50 seconds. Sigma asks, are the birds your secret hacker friends? Well, you know what? If they were secret hacker friends, I wouldn't be able to tell you. But well, the birds are just local birds. I really enjoy feeding the birds, and it's a fun little hobby that I have. So let's go ahead and put the birds away, and let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so we're using this command over here. So unshadow on these two files, hackerfrog.password and hackerfrog.shadow. We're going to create a new file called hackerfrog.hash. So when we run the command, we're going to see that there's a new file that we created here called hackerfrog.hash. So it's this file here that we're going to crack using the John the Ripper program. Amari, nice to see you here on YouTube. We're just doing a little lesson on cracking password hashes. So let's go ahead and read the file to take a look at what's inside here. So hackerfrog.hash. So this is the password hash right here. So everything from here to about there. So this is the portion of the file that's the password hash, and the rest of the information here, this is information about the username. So the username is HackerFrog, and they've got a home directory, and they've got a login shell. But we're going to be trying to figure out what the password actually is here. So we're going to run John the Ripper again. So John, we're going to give a word list. It's going to be the same word list. It's going to be rockyou. So user share word list rockyou.txt. And we're going to run this on hackerfrog.hash. So let me go ahead and copy the command so that we can all use it. Here you go. Okay, let's go ahead and run the command. So this is going to it's going to try to crack the hash here. It's comparing it against the word list, and the word list is rocku.txt. So rocku.txt is a very common word list for doing this kind of password cracking activity. And it's got, like I said before, it's got 4 million passwords that it's going to be comparing against for this. It's going to be comparing the hash against. In this case, we managed to get the password for the user here. It's called, well, the password in this case is Hollywood, and it's for this user over here, HackerFrog. So what we're going to do to prove that this is a legitimate password is we're going to try logging in as the HackerFrog user. So to switch over to another user account inside of Linux, we just use the su command. I think su stands for switch user, and it's just going to be su space HackerFrog. Oh, why did it not give us why didn't it ask for the password? I think the reason why it didn't ask for a password is because we were running as the root user, and the root user doesn't need to have a password. But anyways, this is what we're going to do. We're going to try to see if we can get the sudo permissions on the HackerFrog account, and we're going to do that with the sudo l command. Okay, so first of all, we are the HackerFrog user right now. Before we were the root user, but after we give this command, we're the HackerFrog user. If we ask who am I, it'll say that we're the HackerFrog user over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to try to get the sudo permissions, which is basically if we're just going to try to figure out if we can run any commands with our current account as the root user. When we give this command, it's going to ask us for the password. So we can now test our password and see if it is actually the word Hollywood. So go ahead and type in the word Hollywood, and then we can proceed. So it says, sorry, user HackerFrog may not run sudo on this host. Okay, so we've proven that this is actually the HackerFrog user's password. So let's go ahead and get out of here. So to get out of here, we're just going to close the terminal window, and then we're going to start up a new window. So close the terminal, and then start up a new terminal by using the terminal shortcut. Any one of them will do. Oh, you can test by SSHing to localhost with user HackerFrog user also. Thank you very much, Technique Unknown. Yeah, so that is absolutely correct. We could try to log in with SSH as the HackerFrog user. But let's go ahead and start up a new terminal here. Okay, that's a little too big. Let's make it a little smaller. Okay, let's make the window a little bigger. All right. So we're going to do one more type of password cracking today, and then we will we'll finish up for the day. Okay. So the last thing we're going to do is this. So we previously cracked zip file password hashes, and then we cracked Linux password hashes. The last one we're going to do today is we're going to crack SSH private key hashes. So when we log into remote servers, so basically logging to another computer, sometimes you can use what is called an SSH private key to log in with your username, and you can use the private key instead of a password. And another common file that can be cracked are the passphrases for SSH private keys, which allow users to log in. So if we have a private key, and if we get the passphrase for the private key, then we can log in as a specific user using the SSH program. So let's go ahead and figure out how to do that. So over here on the attack box, so there's going to be this file in here called IDRSA. So IDRSA is a common name for the SSH private key. If we read this file here using the cat command, we're going to see this this output over here. So it's going to say begin open SSH private key, and there's a bunch of information in here that is encoded using base 64. So base 64, of course, is a very common encoding system. And at the very end of this, it says end open SSH private key. So we know this is an SSH private key, and well, just for this example, we know that this private key has a passphrase. So we're going to try to figure out how to crack the passphrase. So what we can do is we can use a certain program called SSH2John to extract the hash, and then we can crack the hash. So if we go back to our GitHub here, we're currently doing part number 4 in the exercise. And in part 4, this is cracking SSH private key hashes. So the first step we're going to do is we're going to use the following command to extract the SSH private key hash, and this is the command we have to give on the attack box here. So I'm just going to copy that. I'll just give it to everybody. We're going to go over to our attack box, and in the attack box, well, we have to paste this into our clipboard. So just open up the clipboard on the right-hand side of the screen, and then paste in the command into the clipboard, then close the clipboard. After that, in the terminal, you can paste in the command, and what is this going to do? So what we're doing is we're actually going to use a Python 3 script. That's why we need to use this portion of the command here. So the script is called ssh2john, and it's going to convert whatever's in the, it's going to extract whatever is in the SSH private key here. It's called IDRSA, and we're going to redirect it into a file called key.hash. The key.hash file is going to have the hash for this particular SSH private key. So we'll give the command, and then after that's done, we'll see the key.hash file in our directory here. If we read it, so this is the this is the hash. It's a really long one. It's a really long hash, but we're going to be feeding this into the John the Ripper program to crack the hash. Von Bork says we could also test if the Hollywood password has been reused. I guess we could. Whenever we find passwords, we need to keep track of them. Sometimes in these CTF exercises, the passwords are reused, and it's always a bad idea to use the same password more than once for a certain account. But anyways, we're in this lesson we're learning about how to crack password hashes. But thank you very much, Von Bork, for letting us know about that. Okay, so Slow Burner 2 is just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much for the subscription. Okay, let's give the command. So the command is going to be John space and then word list. And it's the same word list. It's going to be user share word lists rocku.txt, and we're going to run it on key.hash. So let me go ahead and copy the command so that we can all use it. Hopefully I haven't misspelled anything. Narrative Discourse says, excellent birds. Where I stay in the city for work during the week, there's a bird sanctuary with chickens. Very cool. You know what? Wherever you live in the world, there are going to be birds, and I think birds are very cool little creatures. So if you see some birds, please appreciate the birds. Okay, let's run the command. And you're going to see the John program. Sometimes the John program can take a while to return the cracked password. And remember, if the if whatever password it is isn't in your password list, then you're not going to be able to crack the password. So we're kind of relying on the fact that the password is going to be inside the rocku.txt list. And the rocku.txt list has a list of the 14 million most common passwords. So we're just kind of hoping that that the password is going to be among the 14 million passwords in there. But in the meantime, while we're waiting for this, we can actually try to solve some of the exercises over at the Try Hack Me page. So if we go back to the Try Hack Me page, remember we're working on this room over here. It's called Crack the Hash. And oh, okay, hold on. I need to reset my progress over here. Just a second. Okay, so we've got task one, level one. They've got a bunch of password hashes here. So there's this hash, there's this hash. They want us to crack all the hashes over here and then provide the password as the answers in each one of these questions. So all you need to do, well, for the first maybe 3 or 4, we can just use the crackstation.net website to crack these hashes. So if I were to grab this password hash and then go over to crackstation.net, I can paste this in, and we can actually provide more than one hash and crack them all at once. We're just going to go back over here. We're going to grab the second password hash. Whoops. We're going to grab the second password hash. We're going to copy that. We're going to go back to Crackstation. We're going to paste in the second one. And we're also going to get a third password hash. So over here, there's this third password hash here. Copy that. Then go back to Crackstation. Paste that in. And we're just going to click on the I am not a robot button. And then we can click on crack hashes. We should be able to crack all these hashes. Okay, so we got the three passwords because the website here cracked the hashes. So this one is an MD5 hash, this one is a SHA-1 hash, and this one is a SHA-256 hash. And these are all different hashing methods, and they give you different results. So we've got easy, password 123, and let me in. So the reason why the website is able to crack these is because they've seen these password hashes before. So if the website hasn't seen these password hashes before, it hasn't cracked them before, then it probably won't be able to crack them for you. But let's go ahead and feed these answers in to the Try Hack Me page. So easy, password 123, let me in. Amari asks, SHA-256 is a Linux password. I think there are different hashing methods that are used for Linux passwords, but I think SHA-256 is one of the options. So let's go back to the Try Hack Me page. So the first one is easy, password, submit. Okay, the second one is password 123. And the third one is let me in. Okay, great. So those were it. MD5 for routers. Yeah, MD5 is an insecure hashing method. You really shouldn't be hashing stuff using the MD5 method anymore. But let's see. So back over at the attack box, it says that it got the password for us. So the password for this key is Tweetybird. Okay, great, awesome. So let's go ahead and get out of here. We can actually do Control C to quit out of the program. And we figured out what the password, the passphrase is for the IDRSA key. So we often do this kind of thing when we're doing our CTF exercises, when we're doing our, when we're doing our CTF box exercises in particular. So we're going to be learning more and more skills. Eventually, we're going to have enough skills to be able to do a complete scenario where we basically start where we don't have access to the machine, and then we do our hacking stuff, and then we get complete access. So yeah. Amari says, please do a live for bug bounty. I don't think I can demonstrate bug bounty because if I find a bug, then I'm in really big trouble because I'm not supposed to reveal bugs in other people's websites and broadcast them to everybody. That can be a bit of a problem. David Heron says, isn't Python too slow for hacking, or does it have libraries that are fast? Python too slow for hacking. I mean, not every hacking, not every use case for hacking has to be fast. But if you're talking about, well, I mean, if you're looking to do something that's really fast, don't use Python. That's what I have to say. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what we did today, and then we can finish out today's class. Okay, so let's review the network hacking concepts we learned in this workshop. Jix00 says, I went to a conference once where someone did a live bug bounty hacking demonstration. I think he made it like 35K. That's really funny. Not suggesting you do it straight on the internet. Anyways, what did we learn in today's class? Let's talk about it. We talked about password cracking. Password cracking is the act of determining the plain text of a password hash by hashing a string and comparing it to the password hash. So we talked about identifying hash types. A couple of different ways to identify the type of hash being used include the CLI program hash identifier and the hashses.com website. So the first thing you need to do when you want to crack a password hash is identify which method is being used first. We talked about cracking zip file password hashes. So zip is a common file type that might be password protected. If we encounter one, you can try to crack that password and then get into the zip file. We talked about cracking SSH private key hashes, and this is another very common file type we find in these CTF exercises, and we usually have to crack the passphrase out of those. Okay, so we're going to close out this portion of the stream. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a little break on YouTube and on Twitch for just a few minutes because I need to finish the class over on Zoom because I've got some Zoom students, and I need to just take a few minutes to end the class over there, and then afterwards we're going to be talking about, well, what are we going to be talking about? Okay, so this is Friday. We're going to be doing some Python coding for some hacking exercises over here, and that's what we're going to be doing in the next hour or so. So please look forward to that. And we'll be back in just a few minutes. I just need to finish out the class over at Zoom. So enjoy the Be Right Back screen and enjoy the music. We'll be back in a few minutes. Hey everybody, we're back. Hello, nice to see you here. Let's see. Amari Azamar says, do you have any other classes for alternative dependencies like npm clone? I don't think so. I mean, I teach what I teach. I'm just trying to get some knowledge out there for people who are looking to get into cybersecurity, especially people who want to do some CTF exercises that that let them do stuff like hack the box or try hack me. Pentester Network says, please don't use clear. Try Control plus L or clear -X. Sometimes clear command also clears the history and you can't scroll up. You know what? I think I haven't been introduced to this before. So thank you very much for the information, Pentester Network, because you know what? I'm always I'm here to learn too. I think we don't need our try hack me stuff anymore. Let's put that stuff away. And thank you. Thank you for the Budweiser frogs, GX000. Okay, let's see if we can put on some other music. Hold on, let me grab my playlists. The regret rules come soon enough. Regret? What are we going to be regretting? Okay, let's let this play out. Actually, maybe let's put on our cyberpunk music. I really like the soundtrack a lot. I'm going to regret adding that. Hopefully you're not playing it every 5 minutes, because that would be a little bit tiresome after a little while. Hold on. Okay, what do we got here? So what are we doing now? We're doing Friday's schedule. So on Friday's schedule, the second topic is going to be Temperance CTF over at hackmyvm.eu. And okay, let's go ahead and grab that. It's going to be over here. If you don't have an account over at the hackmyvm.eu website, let's see. Pentester Network says it clears the scroll history that you have in your current terminal. You know what? We can test this pretty easily. Let me see if I can test this. So I'm going to do clear -X. So if we do clear -X, oh, you know what? Clear -X actually lets you scroll up again. Yeah, I mean that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Because usually I kind of assume that I'm not going to be able to scroll up anymore if I use the clear command. So it's good that there is. Well, I'm learning new tricks every day. That's nice. But yeah, if you do clear, you're not able to scroll up in your terminal anymore. Awesome, thank you. Okay, let's move on. So what are we doing today? So we're going to be doing the exercises over at the hackmyvm.eu website. These are the Temperance labs, and the Temperance labs are basically CTF labs where you have to do some programming to finish. There's also the shortcut Control I. I've never used this one before either, so let's see if I can do this. So Control I, and then scroll up. Oh, it works. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So I'm learning new tricks every day. Thank you very much for pointing that out to me, Pentester Network. Thank you. Control L. So Control L, Control I, are they different? Okay, so what are we doing? We're going to be coding in Python. So we're going to be coding in Python to solve these CTF exercises here. And each one of these levels in the labs here, they're going to have a different objective, and we're going to have to code some different stuff to finish these. And if you want to take a look at all the previous scripts that we created to solve these challenges, they're going to be over here. Z2 CSGO, thank you very much for following on Twitch. You're now HackerFrog. Okay, so this is part of my walkthroughs for HackMyVM. So everybody, if you're looking to get into cybersecurity, you might want to keep track of all of the challenges that you solve on a website like GitHub. It's a very convenient place to keep all of your notes. And if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. That's something we say in cybersecurity. Okay, so this is the Temperance Lab, and we've got a bunch of scripts that we've been writing to solve these levels. And I'll just leave the link over here. Zetu says, hello, good night. Good night. Is it night already? I'm from Chile. Hello, nice to see you here. I don't think we've got any other Chilean viewers, but thank you. Thank you very much. If it's night over there, I guess it's buenos noches, right? Okay, let's, you know what? We haven't done in a while. We haven't done a video redeem. How about a Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Okay, we've got more ads on Twitch, so we need to put the ads on YouTube as well. And what we're going to do is we're going to put on some birds while we're waiting for the ad break to finish up. Let's go ahead and put on some birds. How about these birds? Okay, so we'll be back in about a minute or so. Just got to take a little water break. If you need to get up and stretch or use the washroom, now is the time to do so.
Bud. Wives. Bud. Bud. Wives. Bud. Wives. Bud.
Thanks for the Budweiser redeem GX000. Thank you. But yeah, these are some of the most cooperative birds I've seen. Usually, when you see birds like this, they do not enjoy all feeding in the same area. They usually start fighting if they don't share food. They fight for the food. The birds are making weird frog noises. Yeah, that sure is a weird little coincidence, huh? All right, let's go ahead and put the birds away. Thank you very much, Christian Andres. Christian Andres for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, what do we got? We got our scripts over here. And I think the last level that we completed was level number 8. So level number 8, this is the script that we created to solve this challenge. And before we get started, but bird is the word. Bird is the word. Before we start talking about how we're going to be solving the next challenge, let's just talk about what happens inside of the script over here. So most of the scripts that we've been writing, they make use of the Python socket module. The socket module is used to create networking connections with Python, and of course when we connect to a random port on a random server, we need to supply the name of the server as well as the port number over here. I don't like having to look at this. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do when we use the socket object, when we use the socket module rather, is we need to create a socket object. So this line over here is going to do that. So with socket.socket, socket.afnet, socket.sockstream as s. So what this does over here is it's going to create an object in the socket class, and it's going to be naming it s. So when we reference the socket object in the socket, it's for networking, contacting arbitrary ports on a server. So we can reference socket.connect, and then we can specify the host and the port. We can then receive data from the server by using s.receive, and we can send information to the server using s.send. So these are the basic functions we're going to be using with the socket object. From there, we need to do a bunch of different things to solve these challenges. But one of the difficulties of dealing with the socket object is that everything that's being sent and received from the socket, they're all going to be bytes. And bytes, of course, are a different type of object than strings and integers and everything else in Python. We just need to keep in mind that whatever we're going to send over the socket is going to be bytes, and whatever we receive over the socket is also going to be bytes. And if we want to do anything with this data, we need to convert it back over to a string or some other type of data first before we can start interacting with it. But with all that said, let's go ahead and start solving some of these challenges. So we're just going to copy all the code over here, and I'm going to set up a little environment where we can start doing some code writing. It's going to make a let's make a new window. And in this new window, this is going to be the window where we actually run Python. And the other window we're going to have is the window where we write our code. So this one's going to be a little bit smaller. This one's going to be a little bit bigger. Just gotta, yeah. All right, so we got two windows over here. We got one window that we're going to be running Python in, and we got another window where we're going to be editing our code. So in the code editing window here, I'm just going to use, I'm going to use nano and make everybody mad because you don't like nano. The reason why I use nano is because I'm teaching beginners, and beginners, well, nano is the easiest text editor to teach to beginners. Of course, VS Code is better. We're going to create this level. This script is going to be called level x09.py. Okay, so the text editor is here. We're going to paste in our code. So the reason why we paste in the code instead of writing new code is because if you write new code, you're not being very efficient with your time. And what we want to do as programmers is to be as lazy as possible while still getting optimal results. So how are we going to be doing this? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to change the level that we're going to be accessing here. So in this line of code over here, we're going to be changing this. So send level 8 to the host. We're going to change this to level 9 because we're going to be writing the script for level 9. So just going to change this, and we're going to change this line of code here. We're going to receive the challenge. We're going to receive whatever we receive from the server. And I guess we can also convert whatever we receive from the server into a string. So whatever bytes we receive from the server, we can turn it into a string. Okay, but you know what? Before we move on too much further with this challenge, we need to figure out what we're going to be doing in the challenge in the first place. So let's go ahead and go back to the web page. And this is level number 9. And what do we need to do in the level? Amari says, you are using Burp Suite and Foxy. We're not using Burp Suite in today's exercises, not for this portion anyways. But yeah, we do use Burp Suite pretty often. And we also use, well, we don't use Foxy Proxy. We actually use the Burp Suite browser instead of using Foxy Proxy. So this is level number 9. So what do we do in this level? So in this mission, you will receive a string encrypted with ROT13. You must decode it and return the result. So we're going to receive a string that's going to be a ROT13 encrypted string, and we need to decrypt the string and then send it back. So if we receive something like this, we would ROT13 decrypt it, and then we would send the result back to the server. Amari says, okay, and you prefer Kaido or Burp Suite. So I haven't used Kaido before. I have used Burp Suite. Kaido is it's a relatively new tool, but a lot of people say that they really like Kaido. I would like to do some experiments with Kaido, maybe later. But for now, I'm going to be sticking to Burp Suite. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is we need to figure out how to encrypt the string with ROT13, this ciphering method. Oops, I clicked on the wrong thing. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do is, in the code, we're just going to receive the bytes. So we're going to receive the bytes from the server, and we're going to convert the bytes into a string, because I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to work with bytes, but we're probably going to have to convert the bytes into a string before we start working with them. So everything after this part of the code, we're going to comment it out with the triple single quotes. We're just going to comment everything out, and then we're going to write the file. So write the file, that's going to be control, what is it to write the file? It's going to be control O to write out. And then we're going to run the file in our other window here. Okay, so Python level x09.py. Okay, so this is what we get from the server. So from the server, we get this: receiving intro, HMV Labs Chapter 3 Temperance, respect and have fun. Okay, it says receiving challenge. We receive some bytes, and the bytes are this. So, and then these are the things that converted into a string. Hold on, I need to change this print message. So let's see. These are the bytes. These are the bytes converted into a string. Okay, let's write that out. Let's run that thing again, because I forgot to change the little comment there. Okay, receiving challenge. These are the bytes. These are the bytes converted into a string over here. So this is the way we're going to be solving the challenge. We're going to be workshopping. There has to be a better word than workshopping, but we're going to be slowly going through the code to make sure that step by step everything works before we move on to the next part of the code. Let's see. Pentester Network says, a nice alternative for nano is micro, by the way. Control S for save, Control C for copy, etc. And well, I mean, is micro standard? Yeah, micro isn't a standard, isn't installed by default on Kali Linux. What I usually like to gravitate towards is stuff that's installed by default, so that you don't have to go and start installing new stuff. But thank you very much for the recommendation, Pentester Network. Thank you. Okay, so what are we going to do next? So we need to figure out how to convert this output, or sorry, this stuff that we receive into with the rot13 method. So I'm pretty sure there's a library out there, or a module that's gonna do that rot13 conversion. So Python rot13 module. Okay, so rot13 codecs. So there's a codecs module that provides a way to encode and decode text with various encodings, including rot13. And let's take a look. So import codecs. Encoded text equals codec.encode text rot13. Okay, cool. Amari says, micro, I don't understand, what is it? So Pentester Network suggested a text editor called Micro, and so it's basically a terminal text editor for Linux, but I haven't tried it yet. GradXT says, hello GradXT, nice to see you here. We're just trying to do some Python coding to solve some CTF challenges. We're trying to figure out how to encode something into rot13 using Python, and then send the rot13 encoded string back to the server. So import codecs, and then codecs.encode rot13. So let me just copy this, and we're going to incorporate this into our code. So let's see, let's go back. At the top, we're going to import the import codecs. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to convert. So convert the string into rot13 into a rot13 encoded string. Okay, so we're going to take data string, and we're going to call it data rot13. Okay, let's paste in that thing that we copied there. So it's going to be codex.encode, and it's going to be data string and rot13. And then we're going to print, this is the string converted to rot13. Well, not converted, but encoded. And we're just going to include data rot13. Okay, let's try. Let's see if this works. Okay, let's write this out, and then let's run this again. GradXT says, look on W3 School's Python strings translate method. Oh, there's a translate method. Really? Let me take a look. So W3 Schools Python translate. So the translate method returns a string with some specified characters are replaced with the character described in the dictionary or mapping table. So let's take a look. So for example, replace the S characters with the P character. Text.translate my dictionary. So my dictionary is going to be... so you have to use ASCII code. So ASCII decimal, I think this is. So translate returns a string with some specified characters. And, how would you do rot13 with this? Let's see. Rot13. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you could probably map this out so that to correspond with the rot13 encoding method. Yeah. So I mean, there's so many different ways that we could do this in Python. I'm gonna try using it using this simple method over here. But thank you very much for the suggestion. Okay, let's go back. Just a second. Here? Okay. Alright, so we're gonna write this out, and then we're gonna see if we manage to convert the string into rot13 over here. So we're gonna run this Python script again. Okay, so these are the bytes converted to a string over here, and this is the string encoded in rot13. So just to make sure that this is the correct output here, I'm just going to feed this into a web application. So the web application is going to be rot13.com. Okay, and it looks like it begins with an L, it ends with an R. It begins with an L and ends with an R. Okay, this seems to check out. Psycho asks, what program do you use for Python? What program do you use for Python? I'm not too sure what you're asking here. So we're using Nano over here as a text editor, and we're using the Nano text editor to create our Python script. I hope that's what you're asking. In that case, that's the answer. So this is the Nano text editor. The next thing we need to do is we need to convert this string into bytes, and then we can send it off to the server. So what are we doing here? So the next thing we need to do is we need to convert the string to bytes. So in this case, let's see, we're going to call it bytes rot13. And that's going to be encoded from the string into bytes from the UTF-8 codec. So let's see. This is data rot13.encode. And we're going to print out a little message. The message is going to be, this is the
this is the ROT13 string converted to bytes. And this variable is called bytes ROT13. Okay, let's make sure this works. And if it works, then we can send it to the server. So write that out. Psycho says, yeah, thanks, okay. Sigma says something along the lines of TR, right? Yeah, I think that's pretty close. It's the Python equivalent of doing that. Eel Eater says, hey, hello Eel Eater, nice to see you here. And Amari Asmar says, you have to just paste the code into nano commands. It's easy, but the code we can make the same with IA with the same exercise. IA, is that another text editor? But hack the planet, everybody, and welcome to the stream, Glory Buggy.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get out!
Glory Buggy asks, how do I get started with ethical hacking? So, I would like to ask you what background you're coming from first. Have you worked with technology before? Do you know web development? Do you know anything about computer networking? Let me know what you already know, and after you tell me, I can give you some advice on how to get into ethical hacking. Thank you, Glory Buggy. Let's see. Psycho says, good content, thanks for your work. And GroudXT says, yeah, except that you can specify the entire alphabet. Doesn't have to be arranged, so you can do a substitution cipher with a random alphabet. Yeah. I think, I'd like to use the this translate function myself. Maybe in the future, if I do other cryptography exercises, probably. Amari says, I'm an architect. Oh, networking system architect. Awesome. Yeah. But yeah, Glory Buggy, let me know what you know about cybersecurity, what you know about technology stuff, and then I can answer your question. Thank you. Okay, so we just need to figure out if we can successfully convert the string into bytes, and then if we can, then we can solve the exercise. Okay, so we receive the challenge here. This is the bytes. We convert it into a string here, and then this is the ROT13 encrypted version of the string. And this is the ROT13 string converted to bytes over here. Okay, so the last thing we need to do is we need to send these bytes to the server to get the flag and finish the challenge. Okay, so let's see. Glory Buggy says, Sigma says you should probably get a script to paste in chat for people who getting started with the hacking question might ease things up a bit. Yeah, you know what? I think I can create a little chat command, but I do enjoy answering these questions or asking the question personally because everybody's circumstances is a little bit different. Glory Buggy says, none about computer networking, now trying to get started. Okay, no problem. And Amare says, networking system vulnerabilities. Eel Leader says, I prefer PHP as a scripting language, but I'm learning Python at the moment. Yeah, I think Python is going to be much more useful in a general sense, because Python can do a lot more stuff than PHP can. Amari says, let's see. Glory Buggy says, I have no knowledge about computer networking. Okay. Let me give you some recommendations. So you probably want to teach yourself something about computer networking because, you're going to be encountering a lot of this stuff if you're going into ethical hacking. And one good place to get the information is, I've got a couple of YouTube channel playlists. So Professor Messer is a very good channel. Let's see, Professor Messer. Is that how you spell it? Okay. So Professor Messer on YouTube has a couple of good playlists. Let me go ahead and get those for you. Computer networking is the basis of cybersecurity because everything has to go through the computer network. And if you don't know how to interact with the computer network, it's going to be a very bad time.
Okay, so we got Professor Messer over here. I'll recommend 2 different playlists. Those are going to be the A+, CompTIA A+ playlist, and the one for Network Plus as well. So A+ is basically, it's a beginner level technology course. It talks about computer technology and stuff. And let's see, the training course is this one. So let me paste this in the chat. And the other one is the Network Plus. So Network Plus is going to be training course over here. Okay, let me get this. So yeah, these two lists over here, they're very good for teaching you about networking and for IT stuff in general. If you want to get started with cybersecurity exercises in general, I've got a list of YouTube videos that I do over at my channel, and I can get you the beginner list over on my channel as well. Just a second. Okay, so playlist. So I'll introduce you to an education website called PicoCTF, and it's a very good website for learning about beginner cybersecurity concepts. I'll just grab the playlist over here. So what I want you to do is I wanted to take a look at the playlist. It starts off very, very easy. It just teaches you how to open up a terminal. A few basic commands. What I want you to do is, if you can do the exercise without looking at the video, then please do so. But each one of these videos also has the link to the exercise, where you can try out the exercise yourself. It's important to get your hands on the keyboard and do the exercises yourself and not just watch people solve the exercise, because it'll help you out a lot understanding what exactly is going on. Okay, so let's catch up with chat. ELeader says, I'm a senior sysadmin. It's what I called, I think, after 13 years of work experience. Wow, that's quite the career. And let's see, attacks from the hardware. Psycho asks, is web penetration testing a good specialty? Yeah, I would say that web app pen testing is a pretty stable specialization of cybersecurity, because everybody is creating web applications and everybody needs to test those web applications. So it's not a bad career choice if that's what you want to do. Amari says, find a CTF for SE Linux or AppArmor attacks. SE Linux. What is SE Linux? I need to look that up real quick. So SE Linux is Security Enhanced Linux, a Linux kernel security module that implements... Ah, okay. This isn't something I really know too much about, but thank you very much for bringing it to my attention, Amari Asmar. Thank you. But let's go ahead and finish off this exercise over here. Psycho asks, what is a really solid cybersecurity related specialty? So web app security is pretty... Thank you very much for subscribing, Lem. Thank you. Thank you very much. So web app security testing is pretty in demand. It's more in demand than some other specializations. The other really big specialization for cybersecurity right now is cloud security. So cloud pen testing. So cloud pen testing is kind of it's kind of a splinter of web app pen testing, because, well, what is stuff in the cloud? Stuff in the cloud is all like web-based. So most of the time, cloud pen testing and web app pen testing, they feel very, very similar. But it's basically testing stuff that was created using one of the cloud frameworks. So either AWS, which is Amazon's, or Azure, which is Microsoft. And yeah, so if you want to get into pen testing, web app pen testing is good. Cloud pen testing is probably going to be more in demand in the future. But let's go ahead and solve the challenge over here. So the last thing we need to do is we need to send the challenge back. Send the challenge back and receive the flag, so let's go ahead and do that. So we're just going to send back this over here, this variable, which is bytes rot13. And then we should receive the flag from the server. So let's write this out and let's run it one last time. Okay, so it worked. So we received the challenge, these bytes. We converted the bytes into a string. We converted the string into rot13 here. And then we converted the string into bytes. And then we sent them to the server. And then we received the flag. This is the flag over here. Rot13 is my friend. So let's go ahead and submit this flag. Just going to copy this. We're going to go over to the website. Where is it? Here? Okay. And then we're going to submit the flag up here. Oh, it logged me out. Let me get back in. Okay, let's submit that flag one more time. You've submitted this flag in the past. Yes, we have submitted the flag in the past. But you know what? That's fine. Alright, let's move on to the next level. Okay, that's going to be level number 10. Alright, let's catch up with chat. Oh, sorry everybody. We need to take a little break because we got ads running on Twitch right now. We're just going to take a little water break for the next 30 seconds or so. But in the meantime, enjoy these birds. How about these birds? We'll be back in about 20 seconds. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to, well, let's catch up with chat. All right, so Sigma asks, "How do you pentest a cloud? They're so high in the sky." How indeed, how indeed. Amari says, "How do you know it's a rot13 encoded password?" Well, the challenge description tells us what we need to do in the challenge. So for level 9, it says, "You will receive a string encrypted with rot13. You must decode it and return the result." And well, if they didn't tell us what we need to do with the string, then it would be very, very difficult. But yeah, they do tell you what you need to do in each one of the levels here. Okay, what else? Lori Buggy asks, "How long do you think it would take me to get the basics by learning and practicing 2 to 5 hours a day?" You know what? So it sounds like you're doing part-time studying, and it might take a few years for you to get to the point where you can start applying to jobs, because what I would recommend is maybe about 2 years of full-time study if you want to get into cybersecurity, if you want to get into pen testing in particular. There are other roles inside of cybersecurity, not just offensive security ones. But if you're really interested in doing offensive security, it might take you a couple of years to get to gather up all the skills to be able to do the job, because there's a lot of stuff to know. There's really a lot of stuff to know. Okay, Amari says, "Use VS Code and use Kali Linux and make a lot of exercises to understand the logic. Bricks are okay. It depends on how quickly you want to learn. There's no hard and fast answer." Yeah, every situation is going to be different. Everybody's learning environment is kind of different. Amari says, "For me, the base is the network hardware, software, and component. After you analyze how the communication of the files is moving, you have to think like how the hacker attacks." Yeah, I mean, offense and defense are often very, very closely related because the attacker is going to be attacking where the defender is weak, and the defender knows where it's weak, where they're weak, and I think it is actually not so difficult for people who are moving from the defensive aspect of cybersecurity to move into the offensive aspect of cybersecurity, because they often know what the weak points are for each other. But anyways, let's solve another challenge over here, and then we can conclude today's Python portion. Anyways, what are we doing in level 10? So it says, in this mission, you will receive numbers separated by spaces. You must return them in order from smallest to largest, and without separating them with spaces. Without separating them with spaces. So the server is going to give you a list of numbers over here. You need to return them in order from smallest to largest, without separating them by spaces. So, okay. Yeah, all right. I think we can do this. Amari says, but you actually have to defend. You need to know a lot of things about binary and source code. Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, if you really want to get very, very technical about the data that's being sent back and forth in the computer network, you definitely need to know a lot about the code that was used to create the software. But you don't necessarily need to become an expert at computer coding to do cybersecurity. But I will say that if you know how to code, it makes your job a lot easier sometimes. Glory Beggy says, what's an entry-level job in cybersecurity and what certs are required? That's a very loaded question. What are entry-level jobs in cybersecurity? So I guess you could say that some easily accessible entry-level positions in cybersecurity include stuff like SOC analyst or defensive. It's a defensive role, and it's basically working in the security operations center. And let's just ask Google, what is a SOC analyst in cybersecurity? Let's get a description from them. So a security operations center analyst is a cybersecurity professional who monitors, detects, analyzes, and responds to security threats within an organization's IT infrastructure. They're the first line of defense against cyber attacks, working with a SOC or a security operations center to protect the organization's data networks and systems. So basically what a SOC analyst does is they analyze data and they try to figure out if there's any signs of attack that's happening on the network. And if so, they'll usually pass on the information to another analyst, and they can decide, well, whether or not to pursue these threads or not. So there's a lot of it's basically a lot of looking through logs and stuff, and they're usually using a lot of automated tools. Amari says CCNA is the best for me, $300. Is it $300 to get a CCNA? Bill Mitchell says the money is in defensive cybersecurity, especially with AI guardrail testing. I think I do hear. Well, I mean, I definitely know that it's probably easier to get. It's easier and faster to get a job in cybersecurity, especially a first job, if you want to go into the defensive cybersecurity. The defensive cybersecurity area of things. Horkryan, that's an interesting name. Hello, friend. Hello, nice to see you, Horkryan. Okay, let's go ahead and let's not let people know what my location is. Thank you. Okay, what are we doing over here? So we need to go into our code that we're already writing here, and we need to adjust it so that it's relevant to level number 10. So before we do this, let's go ahead and copy the code that we just wrote to our write-up. Okay, so this is the code here. We're just going to copy it. We're going to put it on GitHub. So the reason why I put all this stuff on GitHub is because we need to document everything that we're doing. So each one of these exercises here, we need to make sure that we're documenting everything, because if we didn't document it, then it didn't happen. It's something we say in cybersecurity. Okay, we've got our code. Great. Let's commit those changes. Horkrine says, I see you in Sly's stream sometimes. We can't fork your profile. Do you want to fork my profile? I'm not too sure. I left the everything's default. So if I might go in there and take a look at the profile, the GitHub later, to see if you can fork it or not. But anyways, let's go on to the next level, which is level number 10. So we just saved out our file. We're just going to create a new file for level number 10. We're just going to use the old code as the base. So we're just going to move level x09. We're going to make this x10. Okay, so, well, I mean, if you want to take a look at what we're doing over here on HackerFrogs, you'd probably do it over... Hold on. I want to look at... Yeah, so this is where we have the write-ups for these labs that we're doing right now. Okay, let's go ahead and go back and let's start editing our file. So this is going to be level 10. And remember, we've got two windows over here. We're using one window to run the Python script, and we've got the other window where we're going to be editing the Python script. So to start the level, we need to start adjusting a couple of things in our script here. The script is still talking about level number 9, so we just need to adjust this. So it says level 10 instead. We're going to be sending this to level 10. Great. We're going to receive whatever we're getting from the server using the s.receive socket function, and then we're going to convert the bytes that we receive into a string. So after that, we're just going to comment everything out because we want to make sure that we're doing this step by step. So the first step is to receive the challenge from the server and then convert whatever we receive into a string so that we can start working with it. So, whoops. Okay, let's save this out and then let's run the script. So Python 10. Amari Asmar says, yes, but we don't have a shorthand. Shorthand? Which shorthand are you referring to? Let me know, thank you. Okay, so we ran the script and we received a list of numbers from the server. Remember that in this challenge, what we have to do is you're going to receive the numbers. We're going to receive numbers separated by spaces. You must return them in order from the smallest to largest without separating them with spaces. So we're going to get this, we need to sort them, and then we need to return to the server without spaces like this. We don't have a shortened. Are you talking about the GitHub link? I'll take a look at my GitHub a little bit later, probably after the stream is over. But thank you for letting me know about this problem. Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and start sorting these numbers here. So the first thing we need to do is we need to sort the numbers. We need to convert these. We need to take this list, this string, and we need to turn it into a list. I forget which function does that. Python string to list. So string to list, that's going to be the list function. Okay, so we can run the list function to turn the string into a list. So let's do that. Okay, so we're going to convert the string into a list of objects. So data, we're going to call this data list, and it's going to be data string, but we're going to run the list function on it. So just list, and we're going to type out this message. So this is the string converted to a list, and we're just going to include data underscore list. Okay, and then we're just going to put the pin in it there. Let's figure out if this works. And then on this side, we're going to run... Oh! Wow. This is not what we expected. It took... Okay, I think what we need to do here is we need to specify that it's going to be separated by the space. I think we can go into this part of the function and then specify that the space is going to be the delimiter. I think this is how you do it. Let's write that out. Let's try that one more time. Nope, that's not it. List expected at most one argument got 2. Okay, hold on. I need to look this up. Okay, so Python string to list separated by space. Okay, let's catch up with chat. Let's see. It's Pib99 says, how do I learn how to do this? I just type who am I in CMD. Who am I in CMD? What is it you want to learn, Pib99? Let me know, thank you. Split. Von Bork says split. What is an array? What is an array? Can you concat that? With the expand command. Okay, so convert a string into a list of words separated by spaces in Python. You can use the split method. Oh, okay, so we don't use the list method. Instead, we use the split method. Okay, cool. Let's use that instead. So we just need to use the split method instead of the list method. Okay, let's write this out. Let's try that one more time. Okay, maybe data. Oh, okay, this is a method and it's not a function. All right. I think I might be going too fast. Okay, it works. Great. Yeah. All right. So we managed to take these numbers here, and then we have converted this into a list. Awesome. Okay, I think Von Bork is correct. Von Bork is correct. You need to string.split. String.split, and I think by default it does the split by the space, so I don't think we need to explicitly put the space in there. It's Pib says, I need to learn everything, or better yet, I want to know. Do you want to know about Python in particular? Which, I mean, it's easier to learn about some very specific stuff first. So if you want to learn Python, let me get you a course. So there's a very good course for learning Python from, I think it's called Skills for All. So Python Essentials 1. It's sponsored by Cisco, so you know it's a good it's a good course. It's also free. So you don't need to pay, and it's a very very interactive and very good beginner level course. It's pretty long. It's about 30 hours, but at the end of the course you'll understand a lot about Python. I'll just give you the link over here. You know, Cisco, it's free, of course. Of course. Is it similar to Java? Python is not very similar to Java, but Python, I mean, if you know one programming language, there's going to be a lot of concepts from Java that are going to, that'll help you understand Python more easily. Because once you've learned one programming language, learning the next programming language is much, much easier. Okay, so what did we do just now? So we just turned our list of numbers, our numbers over here, into a list. So after this is in a list, it should be easier to organize. So I just need to figure out how to organize this this list. Let's see. Python organize lists. Actually, Python sort list. So there are two primary ways to sort lists in Python using the sort method and the sorted function. Okay, modifies the original list in place, returns none. So you just run sort. Okay, we can try this. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the next conversion. So the next conversion is going to be convert the list, or sorry, sort the list. So the next thing we do is sort the list. Oh, you know what? Anyways, we've already done this. Sorted list. So sorted list is going to be equal to data list, and is that a function or a method? So it's a sort method. Oh, dot sort. Okay. So if this is a method, we got to do data list dot sort. And we're going to print out this is the sorted list. Okay, so sorted list, and then sorted list. All right, let's catch up with chat. Let's see. RecQ says, hi, just wanted to ask, do you usually use Nano as a code editor? By the way, appreciate your positivity. Gotta stay positive. Gotta you know what? I try to keep upbeat as best as I can. Thank you, RecQQ. Do you usually use Nano as a code editor? I don't usually do a lot of coding. That's why I use Nano, because, well, we're not doing anything very, very complicated with our code. And that's why I use a very simple text editor like Nano. But a lot of people would disagree, and they would say that I need to use some other text editor. GreatXC says, Python is much simpler to write than Java, but if you already know Java, it wouldn't be harder. Okay, Amari says, Nano is quick on the shell, and let's see. Mr. Pib says, it's Pib, says system.out.print in hello world. Versus print in Python. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the syntax is going to be different from Java to Python, of course. Okay, let's go back. Let's see if we can get our sorted list to print out. So we just wrote out the latest version of the script. This is a sorted list, none. This isn't what we wanted. This is the sorted list, none. Hold on. Okay, I think we need to sort the list first. and then we need to, it gives you a different list, right? I think, yeah, what they mentioned over here was modifies the original list in place, returns none. So we can't actually save that out. Okay, so we're just gonna do the thing. And then we're going to print out the other list, so the data list. So data.list.sort, that's going to sort the list, and then we're just going to print it out again. Okay, let's write that out. GradXT says Kotlin is a lot like Java, but you don't have to write as much. I know absolutely nothing about Kotlin. Big Task in Hand says Happy Friday. I hope everything is going cool. Yeah, we're just doing some coding over here. It's a pretty chill time over here. And let's see. RecQQ says, I mean, none is not the unsorted list, right? Kind of neat, that problem. Print data list. Never mind. Yeah. We're just going to be using the original list because it sorts it in place and it modifies the list without... Well, it just modifies the list. Okay, so let's try this again. Okay, this worked. So this is the string converted to a list. This is the sorted list. Okay, so we need to convert this list back into a string. So let's see. So Python convert list to string separated How about convert list to string without separator? Okay, so how do we do this? So here's how to convert a list to a string without a separator in Python. Use the join method. Okay, let's take a look. So the most common and efficient way to achieve this is by using the join method of a string. This method takes an iterable, like a list, as an argument and concatenates its elements into a single string, using the string on what it's called as a separator. So let's see. Dot join. What? What is this? Okay, so, the separator, well, we don't want a separator. We want all this stuff to be stuck together, right? Let's see. GradXT says if you wanted to not or modify the original, you can do sorted data list. Well, I mean, GradXT, sorted and sort, we can use both of them. And I guess we're just going to be using sort in this case. So it's fine. It's fine. Thank you for the advice though. Dot join data list. Dot join data list. Okay, that looks good. Amari asks the best tool actually for vulnerability and pen testing is NetExec. NetExec that's definitely one of the best tools to use for Windows pen testing. But if you're doing Linux pen testing, then you're definitely not going to use NetExec. But for Windows, it's a very good tool. I agree. So yeah, so I'm getting some same advice over here. So okay, let's go ahead and try that. So sort the list, and the next thing we do is concatenate, separate, convert the list to a string, and concatenate. Is that how you spell concatenate? I'm not sure. Okay, so what are we doing here? So join data list. Okay, let's see. We got to print something out. Print with an F string. This is the list as a single concatenated blob. And let's go ahead and what? Oh, we should probably name this variable here. Concatenated string. I hate spelling out this word. Okay, all right. So we're gonna call this the concatenated string, concatenated underscore string. Okay, so what do we have here? So the chat, Amari says, what would it be for Linux? Would it be, oh, it might be, well, I mean, the best tool for Linux pen testing, that's hard to say. You use a lot of different tools when you use Linux, when you do Linux pen testing, but I think the exploit is probably a pretty good one, yeah. Concatenate. I hate spelling the word. Okay, we got an ad running on Twitch, so let's run one on YouTube, and let's go ahead and put on some birds. Let's see. You know what? It's time for the bird bath. All right, so I love these robins. These are American robins. They're very, very fun birds, and they always have a very serious expression on their face. We'll be back in a minute. Enjoy the birds and the music, and yeah, just gonna have a little water break. If you need to take a break yourself, go ahead. See, Glory Buggy asks, with the YouTube playlist you sent, which one should I get started with first? The network one? So start with the A+. So there's A+, and there's Network Plus. Start with A+. That's basically like IT 101. It'll teach you a lot of fundamentals of computers. And once you're finished with that, go on to the Network Plus. It goes more in depth with computer networking stuff. But I mean, the videos are pretty short individually, so hopefully you're able to absorb the information. Please send link. Link? Okay, let's, are you asking for the link from Professor Messer? Because, well, let me just send you all the playlists from Professor Messer. Professor Messer has a lot of different playlists for technology topics, especially stuff that that covers a lot of certifications. You don't need to get certifications. You just need to learn the material. You need to learn the stuff that's covered in the course. That's the most important part. Okay, where were we? Okay, convert the list to a string and concatenate. We've got concatenated string over here. We're gonna print this out. Let's go ahead and write that, and let's run the script again. Okay, so if we get the list of numbers, we convert them into a string, we convert them into a list, we sort the list, and then we concatenate it together as a blob like this. The next thing we need to do is we need to convert this string into bytes so that we can actually send it over the socket, because the socket doesn't accept anything that's not bytes. Okay, let's do that. Oops. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is convert the string to bytes. So concatenated bytes. That's going to be concatenated string dot encode. Is it dot encode or dot decode? So this is decode. To convert it into bytes, we have to encode. Yeah. Okay. So encode into UTF-8. And then we're going to print that out. This is the string converted to bytes. And then that's going to be concatenated bytes. Okay, so let's see if this works. If it works, then we can send this to the server and then complete the challenge. Okay, so we've managed to successfully convert this string into bytes, and then we can just send the bytes over to the server and complete the challenge. So the last thing we need to do is send the challenge back, so print sending challenge. Oh, we need to change our variable here. So I think going forward, we just need to call this. Can we just call it bytes, or is that going to be a bad? Is that going to get in the way? Let's send the bytes. If this is actually an issue, we'll find out very soon. Okay, so let's write this out, and then let's run the script one more time. Hopefully it works, and then we get the flag for the challenge, and we complete the challenge. Oh. Okay, we need to switch concatenated bytes over to bytes. Okay, write that out, run that one more time. Awesome, it worked. Okay, so what happened? We received a list of numbers. We needed to convert these bytes that we received into a string, then turn the string into a list, and then sort the list, and then convert the list back into a string as a concatenated blob, like this. We need to turn that blob into bytes, and then we need to send those bytes, and then we receive the flag. Awesome, okay. So all we need to do to finish the challenge is to submit the flag. So let's go ahead and do that. Over here. It logged me out. Okay, let's try that one more time. Okay, submit the flag. And you have submitted the flag successfully. Okay, great. Okay, we're done that challenge. All right, so let's go back. So that's the last challenge we're going to be solving today, because it is now 5:20 almost over on the West Coast. So what are we going to be doing next? So we're going to be doing some Windows reversing. So we're going to be taking a look at the MalwareTech website one more time, and we're going to be doing some Windows reversing labs. So if you don't know about MalwareTech, MalwareTech is a celebrity. He's a cybersecurity celebrity. What did MalwareTech do? Or let's ask the question, what did MalwareTech do? So Marcus Hutchins, also known as MalwareTech, is a British computer security researcher known for two significant actions: stopping the WannaCry ransomware attack and developing the Kronos banking Trojan. So he did some bad stuff when he was a kid, and he also became a legitimate cybersecurity professional and stopped one of the biggest attacks in cybersecurity history. But anyways, he has a website called malwaretech.com, and he's got some educational stuff over on the labs. RecQQ says he is cool. He's a pretty cool dude. He does live streaming every once in a while, and every time he goes live, I make sure that I go over and listen to what he's talking about. Amari says, I like when you make malware attacks and you're encoded malware, but you have another extension. Another extension. What other extension? Well, what would be an example of that? Okay, I think we were we did the first 2 labs over at this series of challenges for strings. So basically, we need to inspect the strings inside of the binaries. I think we need to do the 3rd challenge over here. So if anybody's wondering what the challenge we're using is, we're doing this challenge over here. Oh, you're talking about malware put into PNGs. That sounds pretty nasty. Okay, so if you want to participate yourself, you're going to need well, we're using Kali Linux over here, and before we finish out, well, we already finished, but let me go ahead and save this out. Let me get the code that we just wrote. We're going to put it on GitHub, because we like to keep track of how we solved all these challenges here. Okay. After that, go to GitHub, and we're going to make a new file. We're going to name this level10.py. Okay, let's save this out. And I think we can close out this window. We're going to be working inside of this window. All right. So what are we doing here? We need to download the challenge, and we can do that from the website here. Okay, so this is going to be the download link. I'm just going to grab it, and then we're going to wget and download that file. Method of malware. Yeah, I I definitely don't want to get I don't want to open up any malware instead of PNG files. That would be very unfortunate. But thank you very much for letting us know about that. Okay, we got the rar file. Which command do we use to... Is it unrar? Yeah, okay. So we can unrar x strings. So let's see. We need to provide a password. I'm pretty sure we can get the password from the MalwareTech website here. Rar password is MalwareTech Labs. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it in, and then we can unzip this. So the file is called strings3.exe, and we're going to be opening this up using the Ghidra software. Rikyutu, actually I have a pretty cool PNG with birds, really cool birds. Want to open it real quick? You know I love birds. I do love birds. But unfortunately, I have to be very careful with the opening up files that are recommended by viewers. You know, gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Thank you, though. Okay, so what are we gonna do? We're gonna open up Ghidra. So I think you can just type in Kali Linux. You can just type in Ghidra, and that'll open up the Ghidra program. Okay, and well, if you want to participate yourself, you just need a copy of Ghidra. Let's see. Let's create a new project. So, new project. Call this a non-shared project. Sure. We're going to call this MalwareTech strings 3. Okay, and from there I think we need to import a file. So we're just going to import file. It's in my temp directory. Where do I access? Hold on. How do I go up a level in here? Create new folder, rescan, up one level. Okay. And we should be able to find it over here, strings3.exe. Okay. Let's see. Awesome. Okay, so we just need to import it and then press OK. We're importing this thing. It's gonna give us a bunch of information here. Press OK. And I think we just need to double click on the binary and then it's going to analyze it. Okay, so strings 3 has not been analyzed. You want to analyze it now? The answer is yes. Let's just analyze that thing. Okay, so I think, wow, some of these, I'm going to maximize the windows so that we can see much, much better. Amare says, you know something where you have a message, like you do a window key on your screen. You need a window key on your screen. Are you talking about malware stuff right now? I actually don't know very much about malware, so we're just kind of learning together. Hopefully, hopefully I don't make myself look too much like a fool when I do these exercises. Okay, so properties. I think we can change the size of the font here because I don't. The font is a little bit small. Let's make it 16 point. Apply. Okay, this is much better. Actually, you know what? It could be a little bit bigger. Let's make this a little bigger. Let's make it 20 point. Okay, that's much easier to read. Awesome. GredXT does you mean a program that shows what keys you're pressing? Are you talking about... yeah, I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to. The tasteful thickness says new shell is all about giving you the ability to sort into lists and export as a TXT. New shell. I've never heard of new shell. What are some? Are you talking about like shell programs like Bash or SH, or are you talking about something else? Okay, so what is the description of the challenge here? So let's see. Please be sure to perform all analysis in a virtual machine. Okay, so we are doing our analysis in the virtual machine. That's great. This is a static analysis challenge, which means you don't need to run the executable or perform any debugging. All aspects of the task can be completed using a disassembler or decompiler. Okay, that's good. Let's see. Introduction. So I guess we can read this again because the last time we did this was a couple of weeks ago. So text strings, or just strings for short, are pieces of human-readable text contained within a piece of code. Considering the following code: hello world. The code calls to the function printf with the string hello world. So under normal circumstances, code is stored in the .text section, and strings are stored in the .data or .rdata section. This can be somewhat confusing as the application's code is compiled to binary and is therefore not text. Orbo says, how did I even get here? Hello, boys. What's cooking? We're just doing some malware analysis for our cybersecurity stream over here. If you're interested in doing binary analysis and hacking stuff, then this might be the place for you. We're using the Ghidra program over here, which is kind of funny because Ghidra was developed as a tool by the NSA, which is a government agency. And a lot of people were really suspicious when this program came out because it was developed by a three-letter agency, and they were worried that it might be spying on you. But I'm pretty sure that Ghidra is not spying on you. Von Borg says you might want to run the malware stuff in a disposable container or VM in case you make a mistake. Yeah, well, I mean, we're running inside of a Kali Linux virtual machine right now, so we're not too worried. And the other thing is that this is a Windows executable, so it shouldn't be able to do too much to my Linux virtual machine. Defus says, why are you putting many different topics in one stream lately? I remember when it was like one learning topic and 1-2 VMs per stream. Now you have this class at the beginning doing one topic, then you switch to a second topic and a third topic, and sometimes you play Baba and then the VM. For me, it feels a bit overwhelming for one stream. Well, I mean, here's the thing. If you don't like one topic, if you wait for about an hour, we'll be switching over to another topic. But I appreciate the feedback. Maybe we'll stick to one topic, or maybe 1 or 2 topics per stream. Thank you. Orbo says, I'm going to hang around with you for a little bit. Let's see what you get up to. So let's see. GradXT says, Ghidra doesn't spy on you if the birds if the birds already are. So yeah, the birds that are outside my window, they're spying on me all the time. Okay, let's do a Nyan Cat just to keep ourselves on track. Okay, so by browsing sections like .data or .rdata, it's possible to see many of the text strings embedded within a normal application. Or often these strings can give us clues as to what the application is doing. Most malware will attempt to conceal, encrypt, or obfuscate text strings to avoid making it too easy to write detection rules or reverse engineer the code. There are many different techniques by which this is done. These challenges will introduce you to just some of the many ways malware can conceal text. GradXT says, nothing wrong with segments. Yeah, well, I mean, there are so many things I want to cover on my live streams. It's kind of tough. I kind of wish I could stream on more days of the week. Unfortunately, the way my schedule is right now, it's pretty busy. Okay, so lab specifics here. It says, it's very commonplace that both malicious and legitimate executables like to store arbitrary data. Okay, in this instance, you'll find the string stored there. Reverse engineering the code will point you where you can find the flag, and as well as tell you which one is correct. Recommendations. Hold on. I gotta change up my music. So this is like a CTF. Yeah, it is very similar to a CTF challenge. And in fact, you can find a lot of reverse engineering challenges that look kind of similar. Let's play some Baba Is You. If we can't play Baba Is You, we can play the soundtrack. Akeem Owen says, what's up? We're just doing some reverse engineering right now. If you want to take a look at the exercise we're doing, this is the link. There you go. Okay, so let's go ahead and start the challenge. So we're investigating this Windows executable. We need to take a look at the strings, and we need to figure out what those strings might be. So, we've got an MD5 hash that's being referenced over here. So call MD5 hash, it's trying to hash something, and it's referencing this variable over here. So local 408. I wonder what that is. Variable local 408. So local 408 is it referenced at the top of the code? Hold on. It doesn't look like it is. Let's see, find references to this thing. The tastel thickness is burb break burb fact. Ostriches can run up to 45 miles per hour. GradXT says reverse engineering is pretty distinct. It can have some overlap with web technologies. When web technologies are used in software, for example, reverse engineering a mobile app to find a vulnerable web API. And how important is reverse engineering for web security stuff? Yeah, it's usually pretty separated, but every once in a while you will find some like what GradXT said. There's sometimes some overlap between the two disciplines. Okay, so let's see. Local 408. It says character local 408 is going to be this. So where can we find this? So this is where I ask for help, because I don't know very much about reverse engineering. I thought it would be fun to try to do these challenges, but I don't know anything but the very basics of using Ghidra. Actually, let's local 408 is being referenced here. RAX. So this is located in RSP. Orbo asks, sorry, I never did anything with binaries. That program is an exe file in what language? And the transcription of the binary in the left. So the this is C. So this is C code over here, and the disassembler, the decompiler turns the assembly code that we found in the binary, and it turns it into C code. So it's pretty. So we're fairly certain that this binary was written with the C programming language, and we see the assembly instructions over here on the left-hand side. So the left-hand side, this is the assembly instructions. The right-hand side is the C language. Yeah, I mean, we speak English here. Thank you very much for writing in English. Thank you. So what else? So this is the entry point of the program over here. We just need to figure out what this other stuff is. So let's see. Let's look. So local 408 is referenced over here, and this is RSP plus 40 plus hex 40. Can we find other references to local 408? Let me search for something. Okay, so Ghidra locate references or search for references. To locate references in Ghidra, you can right-click on a function or data and select Show References or Show References To. Okay, let's try doing that. So References, find references. It looks like there are no references. That doesn't help us very much. I wonder if we can find references to this instead. Find. There are no references to this, but what if we try looking at uses of character? Okay, so there's a lot of instances where we're looking at the at characters in the code. What do any of these tell us? Okay, so it looks like this might be a function that this here that we just located, this might be a function that prints out a string, because it looks like it's referencing a bunch of different variables here. So just for fun, we can the good thing about Ghidra is that we can rename each of these things if we figure, just to make it a little bit easier. Where's the rename function? Can we double click it to rename it? GredXT says it might be a good idea to see references to MD5 hash and check the challenge description to narrow down what to look for. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at the challenge description one more time. Where are we? Strings 3. Okay, it's a very commonplace that both malicious and legitimate executables like to store arbitrary data. you'll find this flag string stored there. So we're trying to look at arbitrary data. Third down in the menu to rename. Thank you, Smoosh Kid. Thank you. Let's go back. Analysis. Rename. Third down in the menu. This menu? This menu. Rename function, right? Okay. So this function, we'll call it function print question mark. Maybe. We talked about about a binary an hour ago. An hour ago? Has it been that long? Von Borg says line 12 writes O into PCVAR2. Zeros are used in C as a stop sign for strings and character arrays. My first guess would be to provoke a buffer overflow. I don't think we need to do buffer overflow in this exercise. I don't understand the code fully yet. Yeah, I mean you can give this a try yourself. Like I said, it's much more fun if you guys do this along with us. But we've got an ad running on Twitch right now, so we're going to do one on YouTube, and we're going to put on some birds. How about, ooh, you know what? This is a blast from the past, from back when we had some snow. So enjoy this video. We'll be back in about a minute or so. Okay, so what else is going on here? So Grout says, didn't we talk about the PE sections earlier? That's in the top left. Could be hiding a flag in a section. Orbo says, I got and came back for some some birds. What is going on? So we're just taking a break, and during our breaks we put on the bird videos. But let's get back to it. So Grout, I think that's a good suggestion there. So what was it? The top left. So top left, these are the sections right here, right? So we talked about headers, text, our data, and data. So this is where we would put our text stuff. So let's take a look. I think we can make this a little bigger, and we can make this a little smaller. Yeah, okay. So this is the our data section. Pointer to external function, okay. Well, I mean, So this is also the our data section, right? This is the data section. Arbo says, I'm liking the stream some. I'm glad that that you're having fun. GretXT says he just chucks the nuts and flies away. Anyways, Hengi Lodwick, hello, nice to see you here. Colonel, what is the editor? So this is Ghidra, the Ghidra program. It's the hardware section. Yeah, this is Ghidra we're looking at. Ion Flipper, nice to see you here. It's a fun name you have there. Let's give you a Jurassic Park.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Welcome to the stream. Oh, I see some characters here. So it says file editor or something here, right? So we're currently in the data section. Let's go down. So file editor, view, help, open file, save as, exit, okay. An unexpected error occurred. Thank you very much for following Ion Flipper. You're now HackerFrog. Thank you, and welcome to the stream. Failed to initialize application. Connection timed out. Access denied. File not found. Sure, but where are the flags? Okay, so it looks like we've got some stuff from the Windows registry here as well. That's interesting. Let's go down. So we just keep on going down. What are we reversing? File exit bizarre. We're doing this challenge over here. So this is from the MalwareTech website, and these are supposed to be some easy Windows reverse engineering challenges. So if you want to join in with us, you can grab your favorite disassembler or decompiler and do it along with us. So what's going on? So this character here is 17 hex. Are any of these associated with, well, Okay. It looks like this is still the data section. Ooh, okay, we've got some printable characters over here. I don't know. It looks like it just looks like a bunch of garbage right now. Alright, so we got a message, MalwareTech Labs. And let's just keep on going down until we get to the end of the section. Maybe there's something interesting in here. Just this page down. Okay. Amari says the character is not at the right place. Let's see. GradXT says, can find references to that data block to find the related code handling that data. References to, I mean, which data block are we talking about? I'm just checking the data section here to make sure that there's nothing hiding in plain sight. What? We've got a bunch of flags. Okay, well, I mean, we were just kind of looking, kind of looking around. It looks like we found a bunch of flags, but I guess we need to figure out which one of these flags is going to be the right one, and the only way we can figure out which one of these flags is correct is by looking for references, right? Okay, so can we search for something? References. Let's see. Can we bookmark this section right here? Let me see if we can bookmark. Okay, so this is a bookmark. Category? Okay, so we got a bookmark over here, so we can come back here. That's great. GradXT says, find references to the data block. Okay. I mean, I think what we're going to do is we're just going to look for references to these flags over here to see if any of them. Let's see. Find references. Show references to this address. So there's no reference to this address here. Let's try this one. Nope. Okay. I guess if we just look for this manually, it might take a while. Nothing here. I think it might be easier to reference backwards, right? Because I think we're talking about whatever is going to be MD5 hashed. So the MD5 function, where was that referenced? I think we can search for MD5. Search for program text. I'm not exactly sure what we should be searching for, but I want to find that MD5 function. The MD5, what, in the local 98? Okay, so we see a reference to MD5 over here. MD5 hash. It was in local 98, maybe. Local 98. Don't see it. Oh, okay. MD5 hash is also referenced over here. So undefined MD5 fast call. Show references to MD5 hash. So MD5 hash is referenced in a few different places. Call MD5 hash is over here. And I think they're going to point this out. Call MD5 hash. And I think, well, before we call the MD5 hash function, you're probably going to put a bunch of stuff into place. And it might be this one right here. So resources are something something. Flag resources are something something. So I think we might want to find that in the list of flags and see if we can find some other references to it. Okay, so we're just going to go back into the data section. No, where was my bookmark? I thought I bookmarked something. Didn't I? Okay, so I could have sworn I bookmarked it. I guess the bookmark got unset. So the flag said resources something something, right? So we just need to find that one. Install sharing resources. Nope, can't find that yet. Where was it? All of these are flags? Okay. Maybe I should search for it. Okay, so search for program text. Not found. I think it was all in caps. Can't you use the search tab? I mean, I'm not very familiar with searching inside of this program, so I need to get used to using this. Okay, so search. What are we searching for? Strings? Search for strings. Can we search for the... Search encoded strings. Can we specify filter? Okay. Flag. The word flag doesn't come up. Okay. I think let's ask the AI. Maybe it knows. I'm not familiar with Ghidra. So Ghidra, search for string. Ghidra, search for string. How to search for text in Ghidra. Okay. So click on the Windows option at the toolbar tab and select Defined Strings. Windows option, toolbar tab, Define Strings. Okay, so we got, are these all the strings? Let's search. Oh, there's 3 of them that start with the word resources. I think this might have been what we were looking for, though. Okay, so string value here, data type, p Unicode. It's here. Can we... Resources are popular for something something. So we were also looking at hold on, let me wait, this doesn't give us a full string. References, find, show references to this address. Yeah, this is used in the code. Leave the mouse in the right column. It shows resources are popular for malware. Resources are popular for malware. So this is probably the flag. Can we copy the value here? If we copy and we try pasting into our console here, yeah. So I think this is the flag, but I'm just going to go back here, and I'm gonna make sure that this is being referenced. Okay, over here, yeah. Okay, so we're just going to look at the references, show references to this address. So there is a reference to this address at this line right here. So keyword ptr, and this is loaded in immediately before we do our MD5 hash function here. So this makes me suspect that this is the correct flag. So let's try and submit this. And hopefully this is the right thing that we're looking for. What do we need to do? We need to submit this to the Discord. So I am not a person who uses a lot of Discord, although everybody wants me to start up a Discord server. Okay, let's go over to MalwareTech's Discord server. And what do we need to do? So let's see. Checking flags. To verify the flag is correct, use the Discord command /check flag strings 3 flag your flag here. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to work with this a little bit. Okay, so the flag is going to be this over here. Resources are popular for malware, and that makes, well, I mean, it makes sense. And let's go ahead and give this on the MalwareTech Discord, which is right over here. Okay, so this isn't going to actually print a message, is it? Let's give this. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Hold on, let's delete that message. That's embarrassing. Okay, so it's, what was it, / what? Check? Check flag. I thought it would have went through. Okay, so / check flag. Okay, this is what we're supposed to do. So the lab name is strings 3. I gotta check that again. Strings 3, okay. And the flag is Okay, let me get the flag. Here? Yeah. Copy that. Okay, and we'll submit this. Do we click on this? There's an emoji. No, I'm not looking for emojis. So I just submit this, right? Okay, it says, congratulations, you got the right flag. Jeez. That, Orbo says, I don't understand how you knew that the flag was it because of the MD5? So, I mean, this was the only thing that was referenced in the code, right? So we've got the code over here. No. The code is over here? Yeah. So we're looking at the decompiler here. And the decompiler is doing an MD5 hash of something. And it was referencing this. So I'm guessing that whatever is... Well, I mean, it's not being printed out, or at least I'm not too sure if it's being printed out. This might be... Oh, this actually shows up in the message box. So yeah, that's why I figured this might be the thing that's being referenced, because something is being MD5 hashed, and that's how I guessed. But anyways, that was, well, I just kind of stumbled into the answer there. I wonder what the next challenge is. So we've run out of those string challenges. What is the next series of challenges? Okay, let's go back. So in the labs, we've got 3 different categories. We got shellcode, and we got virtualization. Shellcode, huh? This is position-independent code that can be run from any location in the memory. Shellcode is mostly seen in the context of software hacking and also is used by malware to obfuscate and conceal capabilities. Yeah, it's just kind of a guess. You know what? If I were to become a better reverse engineer, I could probably explain it better. At this point, I don't think I can. But what's going on here? So shellcode, great. I guess this is going to be for next time. Next time we're going to be taking a look at the first shellcode lab. Hopefully it's not too difficult. But anyways, let's go ahead and move on to the next part of the stream, where we get to do some cool Linux hacking, which is something I'm more familiar with. Amari says the shellcoder handbooks are the best. The shellcoder's handbook is the best book ever. I don't know about that book, but it sure does sound interesting. If you're interested in taking a look at this shellcode section, and you want to do these labs yourself without me here, you know, because I'm not all that good at reverse engineering, you can go ahead and access it from this link there. Okay, so what are we doing today? So we're going to be doing an exercise at my favorite website, which is dockerlabs.es. So this is a Spanish hacking cybersecurity education platform. We've been working through all of the easy challenges over here, and some of the easy challenges have been, well, they've been not as easy as we would expect, but it's always fun to do some Linux hacking challenges. The tasteful thickness is bird break burb fact number 2. Some birds taste like chicken, especially the ones that are chicken. Orbo says, I can help with the Spanish, ha ha ha. Probably, yeah. Okay, so if you want to participate yourself, you need a version of Kali Linux with Docker installed, because these are all Docker containers. And I think we're taking a look at the Amor challenge over here. But you know what? To finish up this section, I'm just going to exit from... I'm just going to exit from Ghidra here. So let's save this out, and then we can get out of here. Okay, we got out of there, great. I'm surprised I didn't know about this, actually. There are a few different Spanish language hacking platforms. So actually, we've been using a few of them already. So HackMyVM, this is, I think this website is, the developers of the website are Spanish, so from Spain. And they even have this this Spanish language section over here called Palik. And you can talk about a few different topics on here. It's kind of like a bulletin board. And yeah, Docker Labs is also a Spanish language website. It's dockerlabs.es. And another website that I use on a pretty regular basis, but not too often these days. It's called the Hackers Labs. This is another website where you can download virtual machines and then do hacking against them. But I'll leave the link for the Hackers Labs over here. But what were we doing? We were downloading this machine. So the machine is called Amor, and it's an easy Linux challenge. We're going to download the Docker container, and then we're going to deploy it, and then we're going to do some hacking against it. We'll see how difficult it is. Orbo says Palik is like chit-chat or small talk in English. Yeah, so it's kind of like a small forum-style message board, I think. I'm not completely sure about that. What a lovely machine. We'll see how lovely it is. So we're just going to go over to our Docker container tab, and we're going to unzip the file. It's going to get rid of some other files first. Okay, so amor.zip. So for each one of these challenges, there's going to be an auto-deploy script that we use to deploy the Docker container. We just need to make that file executable, and then we need to run that file. Okay, so we got a message over here. Estamos desplegando la máquina vulnerable. Espere un momento. It's Spanish. It says, we're now deploying the vulnerable machine. And we've got an IP address. So we're going to be interfacing with this vulnerable Linux machine, this Docker container rather, on this IP address. Let's go ahead and copy this and do our scans. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to run an nmap scan. And somebody told me that if you run nmap as root, it's actually faster. So I'm going to try sudo nmap to scan the machine. Hopefully it runs the scan faster than usual. Okay, so we got port 80 and we got port 22. This is pretty standard for CTF challenges like this. So this is port 22, which is running SSH. And we got port 80, which is running an unencrypted web server. So HTTP versus HTTPS. And this is running with Apache software. Okay, so we've got an HTTP title, which is secure sec SL. Interesting. We need to check this out. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to do some web enumeration, because we know there's a web server running on here. I'm just going to run dirb first, just in case it's running any old software. Okay, we got a JavaScript directory, we got jQuery, we got index.html. That's not very much information. So we're just going to follow that up with a Nikto scan. Nikto is also a program that's mostly used for running on very old web applications. For newer web applications, it's not nearly as good. Okay, and I think we're not going to get anything good from this. Alright, we didn't get any very much good information. So we're just going to run ferrexbuster now. And ferrexbuster is a more modern directory busting program. It also does recursive scans. So we're just going to throw this at the web server and we'll see what we get. So we got index.html, we got JavaScript, we should probably manually investigate the website as well. So let's go ahead and do that. Back over here. Let's just manually navigate to the website. Defus says, sudo nmap uses the syn scan by default, and non-root nmap uses the connect scan by default. Oh, it uses the connect scan by default? Really? I thought nmap didn't do full connect scans by default. Okay, so we got some Spanish. Let's translate that into English. So securesec.sl, okay, so phishing attack was detected for employees. Please be vigilant. Oh, okay, so then we might be dealing with phishing attacks. Please be vigilant and do not provide confidential information by email. Software update. Please be sure that all programs and operating systems are up to date on your device to protect against known security vulnerabilities. Weak passwords. Okay, a weak password has been identified on a user account. Please change the password for a safer one that includes special characters and numbers. So if we identify which user account is using a weak password, we could probably do some brute force attacks. Okay, we got ads running on YouTube, so let's run them on Twitch as well. Sorry, Twitch and YouTube. And let's put on the birds. All right, this is a bird. It's having a lot of fun. We'll be back in a minute. If you need to go up and stretch or use the washroom or get a drink, now is the time to do so. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Okay, about 20 seconds left, and I think this is where the squirrel comes in. So anytime you're putting out peanuts, there's always going to be some hungry squirrels around. They're very cute, but the squirrels have a much larger appetite than the birds. So sometimes the squirrels can take all the food, and that feels bad. Anyways, let's put the birds and squirrels away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so it's important in employees firing. One was fired from the company for sending a password email to a partner. Signed, Charlotte, Department of Cybersecurity. So we've got some users, some potential users we can put on a list of usernames. We got Juan and we have Charlotte. Okay, attempt for unauthorized access. Multiple unauthorized access attempts were recorded to the company servers from an unknown IP address. The access has been blocked and the incident is being investigated. Okay. And update on security policy. Okay, security policy has been... Charlotte is a snitch. Well, Charlotte is like a manager or something. So, I mean, who knows? But yeah, we got Juan and we have Charlotte. So we should probably keep this as part of our usernames. Let's see. So we're just going to keep track of these two names over here. So we got Juan and we've got Charlotte, but because we're probably dealing with Linux usernames, they're probably all going to be in lowercase like this. So let's go ahead and copy this. Oh, how many? Let's save it out. Okay, so we got two names. We got Juan and we have Charlotte, and what else do we have? Okay, I think we have enough to do an attack, because we know that there's a weak password. So a weak password is identified on a user account. It was probably Juan. It was probably Juan that has the weak password, so we can try doing a brute force attack on SSH using the Juan username. But Juan was fired, So there's a chance that Juan's user account was deleted. But who knows? Maybe it wasn't deleted. Okay, so what do we got? We got contact, we got... All of these links don't go anywhere. I think we should take a look at the web page source to see if there are any weird notes in here. Okay, so there are no additional comments in here. So we can just take a look at what else we found in the web application. So we got index.html, JavaScript jQuery. So there's nothing, we didn't find anything. I think all we need to do is to do a brute force attack. So what are we going to use for this brute force attack? Oh, it's important. Firefox translated the name Carlotta to Charlotte. Thank you for letting me know about that. Let's take a look. Okay, so Carlotta. So we should probably use the original spelling here, because, well, this is probably what's going to appear if we do some hacking. So Carlotta and Juan. Okay, great. Let's edit that file. Thank you very much for pointing that out, Orbo. That might have been a really big. That might be a really big detail. Okay, let's take a look. Carlotta. Like this. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's save that. And I think... Which program were we using for brute forcing?
Is this a hacking?
Anytime you're doing something on the terminal, you're doing a hacking, is what you're doing. Thank you very much, Defus, for redeeming that. Thank you. What program did we use? Was it NScan? NScan? I need to look this up real quick. So... SueForce. I don't think we're going to be using SueForce in this case. But thank you for reminding me of that. What was the name of the brute forcing program that's related to Nmap? So Nmap brute force program. If anybody remembers what the Nmap brute force program is called, let me know, because I kind of forget. Brute force program related to Nmap. Darn it! I remember there was a program. Scripts. No, I mean it was a separate program from Nmap. Let me ask the AI. Maybe it knows. What is a brute forcing program that is related to the Nmap developers? Developers. Search in the tab contract for an email. I'm Ncrack. That was the name of the program. It was called Ncrack. Okay, so let's see. Ncrack. Okay, so let me use Ncrack to do our brute forcing over here, because I mean there are some parts of the Ncrack program which are much nicer than the Hydra program for cracking against SSH, for brute forcing SSH. So let's do brute force Ncrack. So the user is going to be users.txt, And the password list, we're going to use rocku.txt. So user share word lists rocku.txt. Very verbose, we're going to make it five threads. Let's point it at here. Okay, so we're starting up our brute force attack against the SSH. We know that it's probably one, which is the vulnerable user, but who knows? We'll just leave this running for right now, and let's go back to the web server. So the contact, yeah, each one of these links, they don't go anywhere, so we can't get any additional information, unfortunately. We just need to rely on... Oh, Carlotta. Carlotta was the person with the bad password. So we discovered Carlotta's password is baby girl. Great. So we can just log into SSH as the Carlotta user. And thank you, Orba, for letting us know that the name was translated as something else. Thank you. Okay, so SSH Carlotta at 172.17.02. Okay, so the reason why SSH failed is because we used too many of these Docker containers to log into SSH. So we need to delete the entry for the previous machines with this command here. And then we'll run it again. Okay, now we can log in. Okay, we're logged in. We are now the Carlotta user. So that means Defus Mutternus Libens asks, why ncrack instead of Hydra? It's because of the way ncrack handles user lists. So let me demonstrate. So we got these two names over here, Juan and Carlotta. If we use Hydra, it's going to... If we use Hydra to do SSH brute forcing, it's going to go through the entire list of Rocku with Juan, and then after it's done the entire list of Rocku with Juan, it will do the entire Rocku list with Carlotta. So that is going to take a really long time because there are 17 million words on the Rocku list. But ncrack does Juan, first password with Juan, first password with Carlotta, then second password with Juan, second password with Carlotta. So that's going to be a lot more efficient when we're doing CTF exercises like this. It's more... In this case, it's more effective to use ncrack. But if you can find like a modern brute forcing program that also does 112233 like this, then it's probably the better choice. I haven't gotten... Hydra's better for some other tasks. The unfortunate thing is that no one program is good for everything. That's just the way it is. Anyways, let's go ahead and call in Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man, and then we can talk about how we broke into the server.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Amour, web developer, it seems like you're leaving important information on your website, such as weak passwords and usernames. That was a big mistake. We managed to combine these available data disclosures and then do a brute force attack. We found the weak password for the Carlotta user, and then we used it to log in as their account. Maybe you knew about these security problems, or maybe you decided it was worth the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. Ha 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 ha. And now we're in.
Okay, that hurt my throat a lot. Hold on, I need to have some water. Divas says, NetExec can brute force SSH2, I believe. Oh, interesting. I've never used NetExec to brute force SSH, but I mean, the thing about NetExec is that I think the NetExec doesn't brute force very quickly, especially with SMB. But I mean, I haven't done enough testing with NetExec. But thank you for letting me know about that, Defus. Orbo says the lore in this channel is insane. It's just something we do when we break into systems. It's a little skit we do. Amari says all of the Nmap tools are very strong. Hydra, John the Ripper, and let's see. WQ says, how do you get those colorful tabs in the Tally terminal? Looks really handy. So yeah, I mean, when you're in Kali, you can right-click each of these tabs. You can rename the tabs, and you can also change the color of the tabs. And, well, it's... The reason why I just use different tabs like this instead of using tmux is because, well, I want to make the text as big as I can so that everybody can see what's going on. Von Bork says, how do we have to defend or attack the server? We're attacking the server right now. Nikto, OpenVAS, Nessus. I got confused. I got confused by the video. Yeah, we were just talking about what kind of vulnerabilities we found and how we got in. So we're now logged in as the Carlotta user. So just because I like Bash more, I'm just going to open up a Bash terminal here. And then afterwards, we can take a look at... Ooh, there's a desktop directory? Oh, we're inside of Carlotta's home directory. So from here, we need to do some privilege escalation. So we're just going to work around in this file system to try to find a way that can we can try to find a way that we can elevate our privileges. And it looks like there's a photos directory in here, and there might be some interesting stuff. Vacation photos. Vacaciones. CD Vacaciones? Sure? No, that's not how you spell it. Does Carlotta have SU? That's a good question. So there's an image in here. Maybe we can... I hope this image doesn't get me banned. Because this is a vacation photo, there might be something weird in here. Okay, let's figure out if Carlotta has sudo permissions. So Carlotta cannot run sudo. We should probably download this image here. So how are we gonna serve this? We can probably move. We might be able to. Oh, it's owned by root. It's owned by root? Why is this file owned by root if it's in Carlotta's home directory? That's weird. That is weird. Let's see if we can run strings. Okay, we can run strings. Let's strings at least 8 characters. I wonder if there's exif tool. No, there's no exif tool. How large is this file? Because I would really like to move this file to another directory. We don't have write access, so we can't move the file. We can read the file, though. Okay, so I wonder if we could move this. Hold on, I'm gonna make everything really, really small. And then I'm going to read the file. Hold on. So this is the file here. Is that it? No? Looks like... Is this the entire file? I know it looks really small here. Sorry about that. I just need to copy the whole file. Because I'm going to be moving it through using the clipboard. Leo Pizza says, I'm probably using the image to blackmail Carlotta in a phishing email. You know what? Anything's possible. Anything's possible. Leo Pizzas, hello, nice to see you here again. Okay, let's see if we can get this file back. Oh no, wait. Hold on. This is... Sorry, this is the command we wanted to do. So cat the image, and then put it into base64. Okay, let's go nice and small, and then we're going to get our base64 output. So this is base64 output here. Let me go up to the top, and let's copy all of this base64. If we can copy all this to the clipboard, then we can recreate the original file on our Kali machine. Okay, so copy all this, and then on the Kali machine, so this is a way we can move files. So if we can read the file, and then we can convert it into base64, we can copy the base64 and then decode it on the other side to create a replica of the file. So we're just going to create a file called imagen.jpg, and then paste in all this. Well, we're going to paste in all the base64 here. We're going to call this B64. Yeah. Okay, so we got the base64 file here. We're going to convert it back into its original format. Can we do that on Windows? Why not use scopy? Because we don't have write access. So if we had write access to the file, then we could use scopy, but we don't. We only have read access. So we're just going to cat this image out here, and we're going to pipe it into base64 decode, and then redirect it into image.jpg. What do you mean invalid input? What do you mean invalid input? Hold on. Okay, so this is an image, sure. Can we XTG open it? Okay, thanks. Keeper Crypt says, "Where's our boy Oreo Byte today?" Oreo Byte, I don't know. I don't know where Oreo Byte is. Sometimes we make plans to do collaborations, but this week I haven't heard from Oreo Byte. Ant Dude says, "Are they attacking a box?" Are you talking about me? Am I attacking a box? Yeah, I'm attacking a box right now. Okay, it looks like we didn't get the entire photo. We're gonna have to go back and try copying the thing over again. Hold on. Is it because the clipboard isn't big enough? Hold on, let me see what the size of the clipboard is. Linux clipboard size. So you have a maximum of 124 entries. The clipboard, also known as the paste buffer or copy-paste buffer, does not have a fixed size limit.
The size of the clipboard is effectively limited by the system memory. So, that is the most creative way to copy an image that I've seen in my life. Sometimes you got to be creative. Most of the time, when the file's not too big, you can use this method to move files around. Von Borg says you could pipe the output of base64 into a different file and then scopy it. Maybe. Hold on. Maybe that's the better way to do it. Let's try that. Okay, so the shell is over here. So cat image.jpg, pipe it into base64, and redirect it to temp image.b64. Okay, and then cat temp image.b64. Yeah, okay. Alright, then we can try. Just pipe it to another file and then, oh yeah, in this case we don't need base64. You're right. So what was that command? So cat it. In this case, if we just cat it and then redirect it into a file, is it gonna remain the same thing? I don't know if it's gonna keep the same integrity. If we just do this, let's check. So this is 5. So this is the size of this file, and well, the size of the file seems to be the same. MD5 sum to verify. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. So MD5 sum image, that's that one, and then MD5 sum. Yeah, it's the same thing. Okay. So all right. So from here we can scopy it. So I always forget the syntax for scopy. Scopy Linux syntax. Okay, so it's like this: scopy options destination. Sure. I think we can run this from our Kali machine. So user at lhost1 at host1, source file, and then destination. So this is going to be Carlotta at 172.17.02 source file. The source file is going to be /tmp/image.jpg. The second user is going to be the shy hat at my IP address, which is 72.17.01. Destination, we're going to be putting it in temp image.jpg. Why is it doing this? Bad IP. Is it a... Oh, it is a bad IP. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Connection refused. Connection refused. Hold on. Let me double check my IP address. So my IP address is 172.17.01. Why is it... Hold on, let me check. scopy user host1 source file destination. No need to put your IP. Do we not need to put our IP here?
You can use dot as the target. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't use scopy very often. So Carlotta's password. That's it. Okay. We copied it over. Okay, great. Let's take a look at the file. So xdg open image. Huh, that's funny. That's funny. Slyborg, hello, nice to see you here. You didn't stream today, did you? But thank you very much, Von Bork, for letting us know about Von Bork and Ion Flipper. Thank you. Okay, so this is, I mean, it's an image. It looks like people getting married, sure. What do we do with this file? There's probably some sort of steganography involved here. So let's run a steganography tool on it. Maybe we can run something like, nope, just checking things out. Oh yeah, we're just we're doing an easy challenge over here from Docker Labs. So like I said, I recommended Docker Labs to you a bunch of times. If you take a look at this part of the website, the very easy section, muy fácil, it's got a bunch of very, very easy machines that you can try out. There might be... Ion Flipper says, man, Carlotta is pretty tech savvy. Is she? Anyways, let's... we've got an ad running on Twitch right now, so we're running on YouTube. And let's go ahead and put on the baby birds. I love these baby birds. We're going to be taking a break for about a minute, so just hang tight. We will be back in about 50 seconds. Orbo, no problem. No problem. I'm here to entertain, and you know what? If I can show you some birds and that's entertaining, that's great. Let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Oh, and you know what? Everybody, Slyborg does live streams as well, so let's give Slyborg a shout out. Slyborg usually does beginners cybersecurity learning, so she is trying to become a cybersecurity student. And if you want to join her in her journey, she also does gaming stuff as well. And yeah, it's a good time over at her channel. Go ahead and follow her, please. All right, let's get back to the hacking. Where were we? Yeah, we found this image over here. We just downloaded it. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to do some steganography to figure out if there's hidden information inside this file. So I'm pretty sure that the program we like to use is called stegseek. And this runs on JPEG files. It tries to figure out if there's any hidden information. And there was hidden information, of course. Of course. Okay, so there's a file called secret.txt that we outputted to image.jpeg.out. Let's take a look at that file. Okay, there's some base64 encoded information in here. Sure. Let's copy that. And let's see if it's a password. It might be a password. Please send me the links of the labs. Es la casa de Pinipon? You know, Orbo, you might be able to help. It's the house of Pin and Pawn. It's the house of Pin and Pawn. Okay, okay. Casa es la casa de Pin y Pawn, right? Is that how you pronounce it? Thank you, Orbo. Okay, what are we doing? Can you give me the? Okay, so the Docker Labs website is over here. Amari, here you go. All right, so what are we doing? We need to... Well, I mean, which user could this be for? Is this for the root user? This file is owned by root, so it's very possible that this is the root user's password. Oh, there's another user. So there's a user named Oscar. So this is probably Oscar's password. So we're going to switch to Oscar. Yeah, that was Oscar's password. Okay. What is pin pawn? Pin pawn is playtime. Pin and pawn. I have no idea what pin and pawn is. Okay, so we managed to find Oscar's password. We need to figure out if they can, yeah, they can run something. They can run, as the root user, they can run the Ruby command. And Ruby is a scripting language, which means we pretty much just need to go over to GTFO bins. So GTFO bins is a great place where you can look up different Linux binaries and figure out if you can do privilege escalation using these. So we've got sudo permissions with the Ruby program, and the website here has a little section on what to do if you've got sudo permissions with Ruby. So it says here, if the binary is allowed to run by superuser, as superuser by sudo, it does not drop elevated privileges, and may be used to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privileged access. So we can just run this to get access as root. So let's go ahead and do that. So we just need to run the Ruby program, and we're just going to specify bin bash because bin bash is nicer than bin sh. And now we're the root user. So who am I? We're root. So we need to... I already told you, yes. Read the last message. What's the last message? Oh, playtime. Penny Pon is a popular toy for kids back in the 1990s and 2000s. Huh, I didn't know that. Was it popular in... What country was it popular in? You know, just for fun, let's look this up. Pin-e-pon. Oh, it's like a dollhouse. Okay. Okay, cool. I learn something new every day. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So we're now the root user, so we get to do this redeem right here.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so we finished the box. So just to make sure that we are completely done, we're going to move into the root directory. Polly Pocket. Yeah, it does kind of look like Polly Pocket. So there's no flag in here. So what we're going to do is we're going to do some web page Spanish Polly Pocket. So it was popular in Spain, or was it popular in Latin America? Okay, we're going to do some web page defacement, because web page defacement is what we like to do over here at HackerFrogs. So what do we need to do our web page defacement? First of all, we need to get our logo ready. We got our HackerFrogs logo over here. We're going to upload this to the target, and we're going to leave a message. Okay, and then we're going to host this thing, Python. So Python server. Oh, we need to, yeah. So Python server. Then we're going to download our HackerFrogs logo. Let's see. Orbo says, "Can you explain what that is, please?" Okay, so we just downloaded our HackerFrogs logo because we're going to be defacing their website. We're going to leave our own message on the website along with our picture, and and that's going to be a reminder that we just compromised the system. So it's just something what we do. Defacing is basically graffiti. It's basically, yeah. Okay, so we're just going to upload the target, upload this thing into, this directory here. wget 172.17.01 hf logo.png. Okay. No worries. Okay, and then let's get our defacement script. So this is an HTML file. We're just going to copy this stuff, and then we're going to edit the index.html. Nano command not found. There's no nano. Which vi? There's no vi. Which vim? There's no vim. Okay. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna copy it. We're gonna edit the text file on our own machine, and then we're gonna upload this to the target. So let's do that. Beautifying the web page. Is that what we call it? All right. So let's nano index.html. Okay. So we're just going to write a message. So the title of the web page is "This server was hacked by the HackerFrogs." Okay. And we've got our HackerFrogs logo over here. Message to the administrator. So today, well, what is the date today? So today is June 13th, 2025. Okay. Hello, web admins. We are the HackerFrogs, and we hacked your website. We used the information you left on your webpage and used the combination to brute force the Carlotta user's password, then logged in as her. You also left a interesting photo in Carlotta's desktop directory, which we analyzed and found a password, which was Oscar's password. What else do we say? Good luck. From there, we saw that Oscar had pseudo permissions as the ransomware, of course, as let's see, with the Ruby binary. This is dangerous because it can be used for privilege escalation, which we did. Please fix your security issues, and better luck next time. Better luck next time. Sincerely, the Shy Hat. Okay, let's save out this file and let's upload it to the target. The real victim here is Juan. Yeah, Juan. Well, maybe Juan would be happy that his job got hacked. Okay, let's go ahead and serve this up, and then we'll upload it to the target. Okay, so delete, remove index.html, and then wget from our own server. Picasso has just subscribed. Wow.
Can you do echo text into index? We could, but I didn't. Well, we have a whole HTML file, and I don't want to do it because it's really slow to do it that way. Thank you very much, Picasso, and let's give you a fun video redeem. How about a Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so we're going to upload this to the target. It's index.html. Okay, so all we need to do now is go over to the website and refresh the page. Okay, so this is our message. Hello web admins, we are the HackerFrogs and we hacked your website. We used the information you left on your webpage and used the combination to brute force the Carlotta user's password, then logged in as her. You also left an interesting photo in Carlotta's desktop directory, which we analyzed and found a password, which was Oscar's password. From there, we saw that Oscar had sudo permissions with the Ruby binary. This is dangerous because it can be used for privilege escalation, which we did. Please fix your security issues and better luck next time. Sincerely, the Shy Hat. June 13th, 2025. Let's see. Amari says, what shell are you using? You have a lot of windows. What shell am I using? So I'm using the standard, I think it's called XCF or XCE. Let's see. Let me look this up. So Kali terminal program or terminal. Yeah, I think it's called terminal emulator. So this one is called QTerminal. Yeah. So the name of the thing is QTerminal. When is a password going to be embedded in an image for real? Well, realistically, it's not going to be, but this is a CTF challenge. So this is it's kind of expected that you're going to hide stuff inside of these images. Orbo says, this is the most over-engineered CTF I've seen in my life. Well, I mean, this is pretty normal. Ion Flipper says, missed the opportunity to get some from Bitcoin. I would never play the bad guy role. I would never go that deep into the bad guy role. We only do legal stuff over here. Listen, everyone. Thank you very much for following. Keeper Crypt, thank you very much. I was talking about the defacing part. Oh, over-engineered? Sure, why not? I mean, this is our live stream. We do this for fun. And a lot of the time when you see other people do CTF challenges, they say, they just get the flag and then they move on to the next thing. But, this is kind of like a role play. We're kind of role playing as if we're the bad guys, but we're not really the bad guys. Anyways, let's get out of here. Okay, Carlotta. Okay. Exit, and then we're done. Alright, so we can shut down the container, and maybe we have time for one more.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
But yeah, this whole web page defacing thing, this is something that used to be very popular in the 1990s and the 2000s. Basically, people would break into a website and they would deface the website and they would leave their message, and this is how they let everybody know that they were super cool people. But it's not really done anymore. If they break in these days, they just leave some ransomware. Okay, what do we got? Let's remove these files. And let's download the next challenge. So the next challenge, I think there's another challenge we're going to be doing in the easy category. I think it was the Jenk hack one. We haven't done this. This probably has to do with... Whoa, this is some weird music.
Hold on, let me change the music to something else. Orbo says, I'm happy that my random recommendation showed me this channel so it could help with the translation problems. Well, hopefully. Ion Flipper says, only does legal stuff. He says that he defaces a web page. Well, I mean, this, the company is fictional. So it's like, it's not real. If it were a real website, I wouldn't be defacing it. But you know what I mean. Anyways, let's play some music from Castlevania. It's got some really nice tunes. Okay, let's see. So the next challenge is called Jenkhack. So let's download that file. No, just joking. I think I know. Yeah, I know you're joking. Just don't want anybody to misunderstand. All right, so ooh, this one's a big one. 105 gigabytes. I wonder why it's so big. That's unusual for a Docker file. Docker files are usually pretty compact. Blue team for life, red team no freedom. Well, I mean, you're free to think whatever you want. Okay. So did we... That's what a bad guy would say. No, we don't do any bad stuff here. That's exactly what a bad guy would say as well. Alright, so I think we're just about done. In the meantime, I'm going to reset my terminals over here. So I should probably get rid of some of these files as well. Let's get rid of the users.txt file. Let's get rid of the image file. Okay. We'll keep the index.html file. We might get lucky, and we might be able to compromise this machine very quickly as well. Okay, so let's unzip the file. Jenkhack. Ion Flipper says, have you been to any hacker conferences? I've only been to local hacker conferences. I would like to make my way out to DEF CON one of these days, but probably not anytime soon. But yeah, I've been to... I mean, I live around Vancouver. So if you look up, I don't know, B-Sides Vancouver, and you know what? If you live near a big city, there's probably going to be a B-Sides conference in that city. It's a very good opportunity to meet other cybersecurity professionals. And if I want to communicate anything to people who are trying to get into cybersecurity, is that you need to do social networking. You need to learn. You need to make friends with the other people in the community. They'll be able to point out jobs. Orbo says, I have contacts in Spanish conferences if you want to know more. Do you want to... Well, you want me to go to Spain? maybe one of these days. After I become famous. But who knows? Who knows how long that's going to take. Anyways. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the next challenge. Run the script. Rooted.com. Rooted.com. That sounds familiar. Oh, I did the wrong chmod. Okay. We'll have access in just a moment or so. So Docker is really nice when it works. It's very not nice when it doesn't work. Okay, we've got this IP address. Let's do our nmap scan against it. So let's do sudo nmap, because apparently sudo nmap works better. Rooted is our DEF CON. Oh, okay. Cool. Siva says, what is the room name? Hack the box or try hack me. So this is neither.
This is not Try Hack Me or Hack the Box. This is Docker Labs. So this is the website here, and we're currently doing the Jenkhack. Jenkhack. That's the name of the room. That's the name of the container. Okay, so what do we have here? We only have one port available, so it's only port 80. So port 80 is jenkhack.hl, Hacker Nexus. So we should probably, we have a domain name, so we should probably add this to our etc host file. So server header Jetty. Ah, okay. Okay, so first of all, we're going to edit our etc host file so that we can get the correct version of the website. So this is going to be jenkhack.hl. So we're just going to get out of here. And let's navigate to that website. HTTP jenkhack.hl. Potential security risk ahead. Did this redirect me to HTTPS? It shouldn't. This redirected me to HTTPS. That's weird. Hold on. I think I can accept the risk and continue. Oh, this is Jenkins. This is Jenkins. Okay. So Jenkins is a CDCI application. So CDCI stands for Continuous Development. Continuous. Is it CDCI or CICD? So it's continuous integration or continuous something, continuous development or deployment. And it's basically meant to deploy software from a web application. So Jenkins is, well, it's been the topic of a lot of different CTF exercises. Yuck. Jenkins yuck. Okay, so what do we got? Can we wrap this? Okay, so this is Jenkins. Yeah, Jenkins yuck, okay. So what can we do with this? Well, oh, there's also port 443. Okay. So this redirects. So Jetty, this version of Jetty, not too sure what Jetty is. So I should probably look this up as well. If there's anything you don't know. Jetty, this version right here. It's probably some sort of software, like server software. Jetty is a web server. Oh, okay, so it's web server software. Just burn it to the ground. Well, I mean, you must have worked with Jenkins before. Is that what we're supposed to understand? Okay, there's also an HTTP. We've got a robots.txt file. We should probably take a look at that. Let's do that really quick over here. No, not this one. Okay, let's just go to robots.txt. We don't want robots to click build links. User agent disallow, so this robots.txt file doesn't give us anything. Way too many issues with Jenkins. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that you've had bad experiences. Okay, so we've got the version of the Jetty web server that's being used. We might be able to find some sort of exploit, some sort of hack. Search exploit. Jetty this version? No. How about Jetty 10? No, nothing for Jetty 10. Jenkins uses Jetty. Okay, that makes sense. So what can we do from here? We can probably do some web app enumeration, some dir busting. How about we run dirb first? Actually, no. We'll run dirb on jenkhack.hl. Hold on. What is this called? Jenkhack.hl. We should probably point this at the HTTPS version of the website. Oh, all responses for this directory seem to be code 403. That's no good. Curl to search more files? Maybe. I mean, I want to do my initial Nikto and derb scans first. Okay, so I mean, the nice thing about Nikto is that it was able to identify that this is Jenkins, which is good. Let's go ahead and put on some birds because we got ads running on at Twitch. So we'll run them on YouTube and then we will put on some birds. How about this bird? Okay, we'll be back in about 50 seconds. Just gotta have a little water break. We'll be back in a bit. Sorry, I was muted. I was muted. Dirbuster is pretty old. GoBuster is... I'll use GoBuster when I need to. I prefer FerrixBuster these days, but sometimes there's no FerrixBuster, so I use GoBuster. FFUF is not a dedicated directory busting tool. It's better for fuzzing, but I haven't really done too much experimentation using FFUF for directory busting. Anyways, jenkhack.hl. Could not connect to any target provided. Huh. Wait, what is this again? Jenkhack.hl. Well, I mean, this is the correct... This is the correct thing, right? I wonder what's going wrong with this. Yeah, couldn't connect. Try to use the one, well, maybe. Thank you very much, Hack with K. You're now HackerFrog. Hack with K, are you a hacker? Are you do you do cybersecurity content? Let us know. Hack with K, thank you very much. And you know what? We'll give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
So I wonder why the web server is acting weird. You know what? Maybe I will. Maybe I'll try doing dir busting on the other IP address instead. Hold on. What does the command look like? Command looks like, oh, okay. I need double dash. Yeah, okay. I wonder what there's a script.js, index.html. I haven't done a lot of hacking against Jenkins. I think I'll try looking it up on HackTricks. Does FairXbuster support insecure or something like that? I mean, that might be the issue, because it's looking at HTTPS without a certificate. Okay, let's take a look at FairXbuster. Thank you very much for following VoidZ. VoidZ0, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, SSL verify failed. That's FairXbuster. Okay, use your -K insecure flag. Okay, maybe that's the issue. I don't usually have to deal with HTTPS when I deal with these CTF exercises. Okay, this works. Thank you very much for pointing that out, Von Bork. So we got stuff. That's great. Orbo says if you use plain IP search in all the ports, like if you use only HTTP, that's going to search only port 80, and 443 is going to do HTTPS. Yeah, I mean, most of the time when you've got both port 80 and port 443, it's going to redirect everything from port 80 to port 443. So it's going to redirect everything that's going at HTTP, and it's going to redirect it to the HTTPS page. That's what usually happens. But yeah, this is probably going to be scanning for a while, so let's just leave it alone for a little bit. And I'm going to look up how to pen test against Jenkins. HackTricks Jenkins. Okay, so we got HackTricks for Jenkins. Yeah, I mean... Oh, okay. In order to search for interesting Jenkins pages without authentication, you can use... Oh, okay, they've got a forbidden platform thing over here. So check to see if you can execute commands without needing authentication. Okay. Well, I mean, use the tools if you have them, right? Let's see if I can use this the tool. Okay, so
this is the forbidden platform. Did you try logging with admin and password? That's probably a fair assessment. We should probably do that. Okay, that's invalid. How about admin and admin? Yeah. Well, I mean, looks like these default credentials aren't working. Well, we might come back to here a little bit later. Check the docs. Is there a default password? I don't think so, but I guess we could check. Okay. Admin and password. Okay, so the default is admin and password. We'll try it one more time. But it could be that they just changed it. So yeah, okay. So let's go ahead and try using the forbidden platform over here. That was worth trying. Okay, so info.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
We didn't necessarily get in, but thank you very much for the redeem. Okay, so our port 80, we're not looking at our port 80. So set our port, it's going to be port 443. Set target URI. So this is on the web root, so we need to set it to here. We got threads, our hosts. So our host is going to be set our hosts. It's going to be, what is it? jenkhack.hl. Haven't seen that movie in ages. Yeah. Let's see. Keeper Crypt, that's not the way you spell Jurassic Park. It's one A and two S's. Okay, I think we've got everything we need to run the module here. No worries, no worries. Okay, let's run this thing.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers.
Thank you, Defus, for redeeming all the things. It's a really great song. It's a rapper. It's a, what was it? Hacker rap song. So all the things. Dual core. So I can't play this on YouTube because, well, they're going to get really mad at me. But I'll give you the link so you can watch it yourself. Okay, where were we? We were running this module here. So let's see, the module didn't work. Or I don't know. The module enumerates a remote Jenkins CI installation in a non-authenticated manner, including host operating system Jenkins installation details. So I guess we weren't able to get anything. That's unfortunate. I think there's one more module that we can try. Try it without the domain. We would switch this to 172.17.02. Same result.
hold on. Let's take a look at... So this is the login form here. It's probably going to redirect to the login page. Wow, why is my... Oh, okay, okay. My CPU is all maxed out because I'm using Ferrix Buster. CLI. That's weird. Let me check this out. This is supposed to redirect me. Okay, so what else do we have here? So there's another module that we could try with the Forbidden Platform. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay. Target URI, set target URI to that, set R port 443, set R hosts jank hack.hl, whoops, info. Jenkins, Jenkins died. Did it? I don't, well, hard to say. Okay, so we need to set this, we need to set this. Okay, I think we've set everything here. And let's run the script. He seems to be having a hard time. Oh, I think we need to set this. SSL, negotiate SSL for outgoing connections. I think, yeah, because we're dealing with port 443, we need to set this to true. So set SSL true. And changing the SSL's options value may require changing the R port. Run. So this means we probably need to go back to the other module as well. Anyways, let's go back. Let's take a look at... So Jenkins is not responding. So the thing didn't work. That's okay. Let's go back to the other module. Okay, so we'll set this one to true again as well. Set SSL true. Set rhosts jank hack.hl. Run. Can we SSH with the default Jenkins password? I think we only have two. We don't have SSH. But I can check one more time. Oh, wait. There's port 8080? How come I didn't catch that before? I need to check out port 8080. Okay, let's try this. I heard a hammer is really good at breaking things. Could be. Let's stop scanning this because it's really slowing down the server. So we're just gonna stop. Okay, port 8080. Is there anything here? Huh, the CPU usage is still super high. What is taking up all of my CPU? Okay, so let's see. PS. So most of this stuff is being used. What? What is this? Why is it taking up so much CPU? Hold on. Is this a virus? Of course. 8080 could be Jetty. Virus alert. You know, User bin Java. This might be, I mean, I don't know. Bitcoin miner. Could be. Let's ask the AI what it thinks of this is. What is this process? MariaDB's Galera cluster, a multi-master database clustering system, often used with MariaDB or MySQL. I mean, is this part of the Docker container? Anyways, let me try killing this process and seeing what happens. Okay, so sudo kill this thing. Okay, and then after I've done that, quick break for the side quest. Okay, so we killed the process. It's still... my CPU usage is still at 100%. So we got port 80, port 443, and port 8080. Okay, what else do we have here? So this is stuck for some reason. Let's get rid of it. Let's... what's taking up? It's still... it's still running. You know what? I'm going to shut down the Docker container for just a second. And I'm going to see if my CPU usage goes down. Okay, it was the Docker container. So the Docker container was taking up all my resources. And I'm gonna guess that the process that was running before isn't running anymore. So if we go over... yeah, that process isn't running anymore. Okay, so I mean, I guess if we want to run this Docker container, we have to run that process. So now my CPU usage is going to be at 100% forever. Oh well. What can you do? Okay, so this didn't come back with anything. Are you still scanning this container? This could increase the load in the container. Well, I mean, we're not scanning it currently. But I'm pretty sure we'll see that Galera process again. Where is it? No? No, it's back. It's back here, and it's still taking up a bunch of resources. Okay. Anyways. What else do we have for Jenkins? Without credentials, you can look inside the async people path or the security realm for usernames. Can we? Okay, let's look back over here. So this is login error, great. This redirects, so apparently we're not able to go over there. How about this one? Huh. HTTP error 404 not found. Hold on, this has been going on for a really long time. I need to change my music. Playlists. How about some of this? Could use Burp Suite to brute force this login. We could use a couple of different programs to try to brute force the login. The problem is that without a username, I'm just trying to brute force the admin password. And it's not the best. But if we're running out of options, I guess we could try. I'm pretty lost about what we're doing right now. So we're just trying to find something that we could do to do some more enumeration on this Jenkins app. So brute force does not implement any password policy or user brute force mitigation. You should always try to brute force users because probably weak passwords are being used, even usernames as passwords or reverse usernames as passwords. So, okay, we've got another scanner from Jenkins. Sure, let's go ahead and use this. All right, let's use the forbidden platform. Here we go. Does the page source have anything useful? We can check that out after we start our scanner over here. Whoops. Okay. The target port TCP 8080. In this case, it's not running on 8080, but I should check 8080. I really want to know what's happening on 8080. This redirects. Oh, is this always 8080? That's weird. That's weird. Yeah, I think we've taken a look at this page source, not something. Okay, I think we need to do all of the other scanners, but we need to do them on port 8080 instead. Yeah, okay. Let's do that. So the other scanners we used were this one. We're going to set SSL to false. Set our port to 8080. And we're going to run the thing again. Actually, what's the... Yeah, okay. Oh, we got some stuff. Script restricted. View all, new job restricted. Async people restricted. System info restricted. Okay, so we actually got some... Well, at least we got... Oh, we got Jenkins... We got a Jenkins version over here as well. So we can check to see if this version of Jenkins is vulnerable to anything. Okay, so we didn't find that this version of Jenkins is vulnerable to anything in particular. We do have local file inclusion. Oh. Huh. Admin port password and port 8080. Yeah, we should check that as well. So admin password. Nope, not here. We should probably try out this script here. So it says local file inclusion, and it's for version 2.441. We're dealing with version 2.401, which is a higher version, which means that this version of Jenkins is probably vulnerable to this hack right here. wget, maybe. I might let me check a little bit later. But thank you for bringing that to my attention. Okay, so we'll try this this Python script here. Just copy it to our current directory. We'll rename it Jenkins.py. Okay, so what do we need to do here? So this is local file inclusion. This is from last year. It looks like we've got a lot of stuff we need to import. I'm hoping that we don't need to use any weird custom libraries. Okay, so what do we need to run the script? Okay, we'll just save this out. We'll try running the script. So you need URL and path. Enter the following arguments required. URL. Okay, so the URL is going to be http jenkhack.hl on port 8080. File to download. Okay, can we download a file? How about etc password? And if that worked, then we should have an etc password file in here. I don't think we do. Hold on, let me try that one more time. Okay, file to download. var www.html index.html. It doesn't tell us whether or not something happened. var www html index dot. Is this a PHP application? I'm not even sure. Let's get out of here. Well, I mean, this isn't. This is a different index.html, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's not the same. So maybe we can't use this hack. But we should take a look at the other modules over here. This one. Okay, so we'll just change this over to set SSL false, and then set our port 8080. Run that. Couldn't have been that easy, huh? Okay, what was the other one? So command, we got enum, we got login. How about this one? So this time, we're gonna try brute force logging. Brute force login. Attempt to log in with blank username and password. Blank password's false. Brute force speed. Okay, so we need to set our host. Set our hosts jenkhack.hl. I think we've got everything we need. Let's try running this. What? Invalid credentials. So we need to put credentials in. Okay. So set password file. Pass file, we're just going to use user share word lists rocku.txt. Okay, let's try it. What is this? Invalid creds, details can't be blank. What's wrong? Didn't I set this already? Yeah, we did set this. So it said something about a invalid something details can't be blank. Where is that in here? Hold on. Yeah, what is this about the invalid cred details can't be blank? Where do I set that? Fingerprint check. Max guesses. Is this CMD? CMD? What do you mean by CMD? Okay, so blank passwords false. Brute force speed. DB all creds. HTTP method posts. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure we're sending posts. This is, yeah, we're using Linux. We're not using the CMD. CMD is Windows. Need more than a password to create. Oh, that's true. That's true. So, yeah, Defus, you're right. I forgot that we need to put in a username. Okay, so where's the username? Here, yeah, okay. Set username admin. Okay, let's try this. Well, hold on. Let me set the stop on whatever it is. Stop on success. Set stop on success. True. That's not how you spell success. Success. Okay, now let's run it. Let's see. Sleepy Desert says, I mean, these commands that you use is this in the command CUI? I'm not sure what you mean by command CUI. But I mean, we are working in Kali Linux, well, mostly. We're working in Kali Linux. We're working in the shell here, the CLI. If you want more details than that, please let us know, because I'm not too sure what you're asking. Okay, so we've got our brute forcer running in the background here. What else can we get from the application? We got port 80, we got port 443, and we got port 8080 for some reason. I'm not sure why they're both hosting the same thing. Or is it only working? I don't know. Code execution, creating a new project. We weren't able to get in. If we were able to get in, we could try this to run code. Sleepy Desert says, your operating system is Linux. Is this a Linux terminal? And is there this any language or Python, Java, or what? If you're looking for the coding for hacking section of the stream, then we did that in the second hour of today's stream. You can go back in the VOD to watch that section. Thank you. Let's see. You can follow the redirect step by step with curl if you want. Yeah, well, we probably should, and we could probably use something like Burp Suite. Although you're right, we could probably use curl instead. It's a much lighter option. Yeah, I don't think there's anything super important that we can get from this. So curl verbose to jenkhack.hl. So let's see, curl doesn't follow redirections by default. So I need to set some special thing to do that. Curl follow redirect. So the -L in curl will automatically follow HTTP redirects. So let's do that. Okay, so this was what? This is 301, and then we get redirected 443. So it just redirects to 443. What happens if we send this to port 8080? So if we send it to port 8080, then we get 403 forbidden. 403 forbidden? That doesn't seem right. I think this is probably going to redirect us to the login page. Without -L, it tells you to redirect URL. Okay. 403 forbidden. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure if we just move over here with our web browser, it's going to redirect us to... still working. Yeah, it's going to redirect us to here. But for some reason it doesn't... I don't see the redirection in curl. So that's kind of weird. So I don't think... Well, it was worth a shot. Ion Flipper says, does YouTube see our comments as well? You should be able to see each other's... You should be able to see each other's, comments. Sleepy Desert says, your voice is very clear and good. Thank you, thank you. The vulnerability I linked seems to be CSRF related. CSRF. Let me take a look at the link. Hold on. Bypass vulnerability, okay? Well, I mean, it's worth a shot because we don't really have too much to go on here. So, I mean, I don't think this is the version of Jenkins we're looking at. I'm pretty sure the version of Jenkins is higher than this. Hold on, here. We were researching, right? Where were we researching? I think it was in here. No, was it in here? This is the version of Jenkins that we're dealing with, and this is the version of Jenkins that they reported the CVE on. Oh, really? You know what? Maybe you're right. Let me... Okay. You're right. You're right on, Flipper, yeah. We should try this out at least. Okay, so let's try CSRF server-side request forgery. Let's see if we can find something for this. Okay, so that's CSRF protection bypass. So it's the version we found was this one, 2.401.2. No worries, no worries. I mean, that's fine. Okay, so I mean, there's no proof of concept code in here. This is just an advisory. Brute force still isn't working. Dang, I didn't expect it to be this difficult. Reverse shell in Linux, reverse shell in Windows, post stuff. Okay. I mean, the other thing that we looked at was where was it? This local file inclusion over here. Oh, you know what? Orbo, that's where you got 2.441. So the reason we were taking a look at this was because, yeah. So the version we're looking at is actually lower than 2.441. That's why I thought that this script might work over here. This one for local file inclusion. Plugin script security. I wonder, I mean, if we're able to get this to work, it would be nice, but file to download, etc. hosts. The problem with this script is that it doesn't tell us whether or not we're actually reading anything. It doesn't give us any feedback. I mean, if we could download etc. password, that'd be nice. Whatever you put in, it just, it just doesn't come back. I mean, I guess the fact that it doesn't come back means that it's not working. But let's see. File not found. It doesn't say no such file or file not found. It doesn't give you anything. Could not connect to the target and send the request. We don't get any of these messages either. Don't you need to put the IP and the URL variable? Do we? Okay, let's get out of here. Let's just give it something completely wrong.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what we give it. It's always going to return the same thing. We can give it something completely... Hold on. So, error, the following arguments are required. -u URL. P for path. What is P for path? So we use this, and then we supply a path, etc. password, like this. No, I mean, this gives us nothing. Var index.html. This gives us nothing. Robots.txt. Yeah, nothing's coming up. We're still brute forcing over here, it's not working. But strangely enough, this is just an IP address. It's not the domain. I guess it resolves it to an IP address first. I left for a bit. Are we having a Jenkins build server hacking? We're trying. Unfortunately, we're not really getting anywhere. Is this a Metasploit? Is this a module that you tried? Okay. Ampersand arbitrary file read. That might be... I mean, we could try that. That sounds like it's related to the script we were trying. Okay, let's give up on the brute force. Let's try this one. Well, we tried a number of different Jenkins ones. $8080, okay. False target URI, file path, sure. Set our hosts. Set. Jenkhack.hl. Oh. Got to spell that correctly. Okay, let's try running it again. What is it? Whoa, we got it. Okay. Alright, we're in business. So the target appears to be vulnerable, okay. Yeah. Thank you for the advice, Ion Flipper, jeez. I don't know if I would have been able to find this.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Okay, so we could probably read this file here. And maybe we can get some good information. So let's see. Let's read it. Okay, well, we want the whole file. We want the whole file. Okay, so let's see. vhost, target URI, SSL, file path. This utilizes the Jenkins CLI protocol to run the help command. The CLI is accessible with read-only permissions, okay? Sure. Files of value. So Jenkins home secret key. Huh. Initial admin password, etc. password, etc. shadow. Yeah, let's try. You can view the full module info with the -d info -d. Okay. Let's go ahead and read some of these other things. So initial admin password. Set, what is the value called? File path. Okay, so it looks like we didn't get anything there. Let's try another file. We'll try the secret key. That didn't return anything. I think it might be because the Jenkins home. Jenkins home? Maybe it's not Jenkins home. Maybe it's just, yeah. Okay, we got ads running on YouTube. Sorry, on Twitch, so we do them on YouTube. And let's go ahead and put on the birds. Okay, we'll be back in about a minute. We're just going to have a little water break. I wonder if we can set it so that we can get the entire file instead of just the first 2 lines. Because just the first 2 lines doesn't really help us too much for the etc. password file. Let's put the birds away. Let's continue on with the hacking. Okay, so show advanced. Verbose enables detailed status messages. User agent. Auto check. I don't think we need to auto check in this case. Set auto check false. Fingerprint check. Encoding. All right, let's take a look at what we have already. Okay, let's set this to the etc. password file again. Set file path. Okay, and then let's run it again. So file contents retrieved, it says first line or 2. Why does it only retrieve the first line or 2? Okay, so info. Okay, let's make this bigger. Can't read this.
Okay. You should get the first 2 lines of file path. File path to read, delay, encoding, locality. I mean, I want to get the entire file, not just the first 2 lines. How can I expand at files? Hold on. Orbo, if you need to go to sleep, then go ahead and go to sleep. Thank you very much for coming by. You need to take care of yourself and get some sleep. Jeez. You're are you in Spain? If you're in Spain, it must be super late over there. Jeez. Two hours to go. Oh, okay, okay. You know what? Maybe I can look this up, and they might be able to give me some answers. Let's just look up this and full file. The other way that we could do this is we could just do this manually. So we need to figure out how to run this thing manually. Either that or I missed something obvious when I was taking a look at the options here. Okay. Proxies, SSL target URI vhost. Okay, so I guess what we need to do is we need to figure out how to do this manually. So this is the CVE. I guess we could also look for some GitHub projects that might do the same thing. Okay, so let's see. We've got a Python file. Khan Wazim, hello, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. Let's give you a hack the planet, because we gotta keep on reminding ourselves.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, let's try this script over here. We might have some better, we might have some better results. Okay, let's try it. We'll call this Jenkins.py. We'll get rid of what's in this script here, and then we'll put in the new script. Okay, so let's go ahead and try running the script.
Okay, so you need a URL and then a file. So we need a U for URL. So it's going to be jenkhack.hl need a file. So the file that we're going to look for, I guess, let's look for etc. password. Oh, no, it's got to be the right port. So the port is going to be 8080. Are we allowed to supply port 8080? Jake Jake Parks, is that how you pronounce the name? Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so, let's try without the trailing slash. Okay, so what did we get? We did get part of the file, so I guess we're not allowed to get the full file. So too many arguments. We did cut part of the file. But we can't get the full file. How about we try etc. shadow? It's kind of unlikely that we're going to be able to access the file. Yeah, we weren't able to access the file. What else could we try? So here it says that we could try to look for secret key or admin initial password. So we're still I think we're making some progress. I think you could do something with that Jenkins CLI.jar. Jenkins CLI.jar. I mean, we need to know the file path. I'm not too sure what the file path would be for that file. Okay, so this didn't come back at all. So this probably doesn't exist. This also probably doesn't exist. Okay, let's try looking at a file that we know exists. So var www.html robots.txt. We know the robots.txt exists, but is it going to be in the web root? So var www.html this is probably not the web root. Oh, okay. JNLP jars. Well, I mean, Why is it taking so long to respond? Okay, let me take a look at this endpoint here. Let me copy that. Where are we? Jenkins. Oh geez, what are we listening to? Let's listen to some... Yeah, Mass Effect sounds pretty good. How about some XCOM? XCOM 2 OST. It's got some of the most intense music you've ever listened to. Okay. Okay, so where are we? This one. Let's try it out. Huh. That just downloaded the thing. That's funny. Huh. Thank you. Let's take a look at what's in here. Because that's... I didn't expect that to work. But now we've got some stuff in the downloads directory. Sure. Okay, downloads. This one. What can we do with this? I guess we could look for some strings. We've got a bunch of file paths. We could use these. Where were we? Yeah. Okay, we can run strings, make sure that stuff that's only 10 characters or more is returned. I'm not too sure where the web root is going to be for this application. But I guess I could play around with this. Hold on. Let me take a look at Jenkins CLI.jar. Okay, so Orbo says yeah. I think this is what we're doing to take a look at the contents of these files. We just need to figure out what the base directory would be for the application if we want to read any of those secret files. Let me try asking the AI. On a Linux server, what is the file path to the Jenkins software install folder directory? var Jenkins home? Is it var Jenkins home? I haven't been able to get anything by using var Jenkins home, but you know, I'm gonna double check. Okay, so it depends on how it was installed. Jenkins home var lib Jenkins. User shared Jenkins war. var log Jenkins log. Docker install. So it might be var lib Jenkins. I'll try this. Thank you very much, Infamous Quiet. Infamous Quiet. Thank you very much for the subscribe on YouTube. Thank you. Let's give you a Nyancat. Welcome to the team. Okay, so we were able to get... What was this? No. We're running a script over here. Okay, so Jenkins home. How about we try varlib Jenkins secrets? May or may not work. We'll see. Huh, nothing. So this one also gave us nothing. I don't know. So what if we send this just something that blatantly doesn't exist? So if we just send it var test, this doesn't exist. Is it actually going to send us something, or is it going to hang and not send us anything? So it does send us something. So we can't tell if something exists or doesn't exist by just doing a test like this. So I guess if it just sends you a blank byte, that means it doesn't exist. Can I send a GitHub link about the CVE? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and send the link. Okay, let me take a look. All right, let's take a look. Okay, so this is a arbitrary file read through the CLI. Uses this library, okay. So we start up the server, yeah, and then we download the command line client, okay, yeah. Then you read the file proc self environ to get the Jenkins base directory. Okay. Let me give this a try. I'm pretty sure we have Java installed on Kali Linux here. Let's try over here. Okay, so jar file is this. We need to access jenk hack.hl. I think it would explain how to work around the execution of the code with the jar. Okay, so if this... Too many arguments. Command. What did I screw up here? Oh, no. I think we got the Jenkins home. So varlib Jenkins. Okay, so after that, what do we do? Yeah, so this is what happens in the screenshot too. The jar is doing the same thing as the other script. Maybe, but I mean, it's good to approach this from... So var Jenkins home secret key. Okay, so it's still directing us to look for this directory. So var lib Jenkins. Var lib Jenkins here, but it's probably different in the other example. Hold on, let me take a look at this a little closer. Yeah, this one makes reference to var Jenkins home, but I don't think it's var Jenkins home for us. So for us, it is var lib Jenkins. So we need to adjust everything accordingly because our Jenkins home is var lib Jenkins. Okay, and from here, what do? We would run this and look for var Jenkins home secret key, but it's not var Jenkins home secret key for us. It's going to be a different path. So for us, it is var lib Jenkins. Connection refused. Oh, I didn't replace the rest of the command. So we have to replace this with jenkhack.hl. I think this didn't work. This file doesn't exist. Okay, so what was the Jenkins home? Var lib Jenkins, var lib Jenkins, var lib Jenkins. Is that not the key? Is this the key? Okay. Too many arguments and then it gives you the thing. Too many arguments, then it gives you... Okay, so I think this might be the key. And then what do we do? And then... Yeah, okay, so this is the key, the secret key. And then we also look up the master key. It says, because the allow anonymous access, read access is turned on, you can read the full content of the file. Can we? I don't think it is. I don't think this is the case in our scenario. So we could try reading etc. password, right? Whoops. Yeah, and it's only going to give us the first couple of lines. The command changed also to HTTP. What was it? HTTP connect node. I mean, that's what we're doing. Oh. HTTP connect node. Okay, let's try that. Is that it? Okay. Ah, okay. So the overall read permission is missing. So this doesn't work. Okay, so but what can we do with the master key and the secret key. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can do something with it. Maybe the initial admin. Oh, you know, that's a good idea. The initial admin password. Let's see. Where was the location of that? That's going to be secrets initial admin password. Yeah. Let's give this a go. Wait, I think it was on another tab. Yeah, this tab. Okay. So no such file. So initial admin password. Do I have the correct? Anyways, we got ads running on Twitch, so we do them on YouTube. And have a bird. Have all the birds. We'll be back in about 1 minute. Let's see. So, okay, the hack that we used before used the Jenkins home when we learned that our file is actually var Jenkins, right? Maybe we can change the file in the hack. Yeah, I think we could try that. You're talking about what we're doing here, right? Are you talking about this module or some other module? That module. I mean, what we do with this module is basically what we're doing with the CLI access that we're doing over here. It's basically the same thing. But I mean, we could give it a try. I don't think it's any different. We're using the same. We're basically using the same thing. Thank you very much for following YC9E. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, let's try this. We can try this over at this thing. So set path, set file path to this thing. Yeah, so I don't. Hack Smarter is raiding with the party of 17. Hello, Hack Smarter. Nice to see you here. And thank you for following Cyber Stormy, thank you. Hack Smarter, not harder. And you know what? Everybody, let's give you a Hack the Planet. Welcome in, everybody. We're just trying to figure out how to hack some Jenkins over here. But thank you very much to
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get out!
Hack Smarter. And Hack Smarter, let's go ahead and give them a shout out. Hack Smarter is another cybersecurity educator over at YouTube and Twitch. Let's give them a shout out. Hack Smarter. There you go. My name is The Shy Hat. I do cybersecurity education over here on Twitch. We're doing hacking. We're doing fun stuff. We're trying to figure out how to attack this Jenkins server over here. It's vulnerable to a couple of well, it's got a couple of vulnerabilities here. Then we're trying to figure out how to use this to get to read some interesting files.
I think this initial admin password doesn't, it probably doesn't exist. We were able to read the master key and we were able to read the secret key. I'm not too sure how we use this to take advantage of the application, but I need to look that up right about now. So Jenkins, what was it called? The master key and the secrets key? Master.key, secret.key. Master.key, secret.key. And welcome in. What were you all working on over at HackSmarter's channel? Were you doing some cloud hacking, or were you doing some web app hacking, some Windows hacking? Let us know. Thank you. Google Cloud Hacking. Oh, Pwned Labs. Yeah, I checked out Pwned Labs. I wasn't able to get my VPN key working, but I guess I need to figure that out. Okay, so storing secrets. So let's see. It's stored. Securing stored credentials and stored in the directory. Okay. Should be protected to prevent unauthorized access. Okay, I mean, we got access to these keys, but how do we use them? I need to research this. Okay, so there's nothing referencing any keys over here, unfortunately. But yeah, we got access to these keys. What can we do with them? Okay, well, let's see what the AI has to say. Okay, so it's used to encrypt other secrets stored in Jenkins. It's stored in this directory. The contents of this key are encrypted using the master key. So, if an attacker gains access to these files, they could potentially decrypt the stored secrets. Yeah, but how? Which version were we using? So, the version of Jenkins? The version of Jenkins... Let me... I think it was 4 something something something. Yeah, 2.4 something something. 2.4 point... Well, let's search the history. Yeah, so this is the version of Jenkins we're using over here. So it's Jenkins 2.401.2. I guess I'll just paste this into the chat just in case you want to take a look. Okay, so I mean we got access to these secret key files, but I'm not too sure what to do with them, unfortunately. So we've got our master key over here. Is there a credentials.xml file? Maybe? Well, I mean, the thing is that we need to know the file path for all of these things. They recommend that we take a look at these kind of files over here, but... Zerzex, hello, nice to see you here.
We're just doing some hacking over here. We're trying to figure out how to hack this Jenkins server, but we're kind of hitting a wall. Okay. Let's take a look at some more Google stuff. What is the master key? Okay. Notes about attacking Jenkins servers. Maybe this might be good over here. Jenkins pen testing. This is exactly what we want. Okay. So Phantom says, if you have the master key of a Jenkins instance, you might be able to retrieve or reset credentials, but the master key alone is not sufficient to directly log in. It is used by Jenkins to decrypt secrets stored in credentials.xml or secrets folder. Here's what you can use. That's what the GPT gave. Can we run? What is this? Let me take a look at the command that Orbo sent over here. Okay. So I mean, this is all done. RCE. Okay. Let's give this a try. Okay, so we're running Jenkins URL. So this is JenkHack. Oh, we have to. Okay, this is in the downloads directory. Downloads. Looks like we got a bunch of errors here. Connection failed. Oh, sorry. We need to provide port 8080. I keep on forgetting about that. Run it on var lib jenkins credentials.xml. Yeah. Is it usually in... Username is not a valid option. Okay, so username doesn't work. How about we try what Ion Flipper suggested, and we try reading the credentials.xml file. Okay, let's try reading. Okay, it says no such file. So varlib Jenkins, is it in secrets? No, it's not in secrets either. Could it be in secrets Hudson util.secret? Hudson.util.secret. Well, I mean, we got something. The problem is that it looks like... What is this file? Hudson.util.secret. It looks like, you know, like binary data. I can't... These aren't credentials, unfortunately. Decrypt it, maybe? Yeah, maybe. But you know what? I should take a look at the rest of this article over here. It says Jenkins pen testing, sure. So authenticated can retrieve a complete file, but the problem here is that we're not authenticated. Unauthenticated or missing global read position can only read 3 lines. So Yeah, unfortunately, 3 lines isn't enough. Read the second line, read the third line. Wait, what's the difference between the second line and the third line? Okay, so we got another section over here for how to brute force the credential. Well, we already found the credential encryption key. But what do we do with the credential encryption key is the big question here. Okay, let's try looking up the word key. Brute force the key. These files are needed to decrypt Jenkins secrets. Master key hudsonutil.secret. Such secrets can usually be found in credentials.xml and jobs.build.xml. What can we do here? Does this decrypt the credential.xml? Is it credential.xml or credentials.xml? Because I might have misspelled it. Credentials.xml, and I'm pretty sure we tried downloading that. Credentials.xml. Okay, so there's no credentials.xml. There's no file. Accessing and dumping Jenkins credentials. Okay, Ioglab, Loglab. Let me know how to pronounce your name. Thank you. I'll give this a go. Let me take a look at it. Well, I mean, I see log like reading logs. Loglab. That's a fun name to say. Okay, I've got so many tabs open on here, all about how to how to hack Jenkins. It's kind of funny at this point. Okay, so I just need to know what we can do with the key, with the master key. Key, creating credentials. Do we need to use some sort of script? I didn't expect it would be this difficult to do this challenge. Okay, so it says all 3 of these files are located in the Jenkins home directory. So Jenkins home credentials.html, credentials.xml, secrets master key. So, I mean, these 2 files are here. We found these 2 files. But we didn't find... I didn't even know about Jenkins before this stream. Huh. I knew about Jenkins, but I didn't really go too deep into Jenkins before this stream. Credentials.xml. So does this really not exist? Because I'm kind of... Yeah, it's really weird that there's no credentials.xml file. So secret, is it secrets? It's secrets, right? No such file. You may be able to find some secrets that are encrypted with that key in some of the Jenkins jobs. But what is the, what is the Jenkins jobs directory? varlib. If you what if you only search varlib Jenkins? It's not. We need to specify a file. It's not going to give you anything if you don't give a specific file. Yeah, it fails to parse. Fails to parse this. Use. I don't think. I mean, I don't think that's going to work. No such file, right? If only that would work. That'd be really great. Was there another path for credentials in the environment? We tried looking for. We tried looking for all of these things right here. So files of value, Jenkins home secret key, Jenkins home secrets master key, Jenkins home secrets initial admin password. And if we could have gotten the initial admin password, that would have been really good. Pixel Checksum, hello, nice to see you here. And welcome to the stream. Okay, so initial admin password, let's just check one more time, because I would really like to be able to read this. So let's check initial admin password. Doesn't exist. It's in secrets. Yeah, this file doesn't exist either. Did we check etc shadow? I'm pretty sure we don't have access to etc shadow, but you know what? We could try. So let's see, etc shadow. Yeah, it failed to parse. Failed to parse means, it probably means we don't have access to it. It was something like proc something environ. Was it? 8080 script. Script? Well, I mean, is that a... Hold on. That would be on the website, right? Okay, so if we go to the script endpoint, proc self environ. Proc self environ. We could try. Proc self environ. I think this gets us the Jenkins home directory. And this is how we found out that the home directory for Jenkins was home var lib Jenkins. So we've done this one already. Okay, so where else could credentials.xml be stored? Okay, so where are some directories where the credentials.xml Jenkins file be located? What about default credentials? We tried the default credentials. The default credentials are admin and password. They didn't work. Okay, so it stores encrypted credentials located in the Jenkins home directory. Here are some possible locations. Okay, so Red Hat Linux is var Jenkins credentials.xml. Credentials.xml. No, not there. On Windows it would be here, but we're not working with Windows. Okay, so If Jenkins runs on Docker, the file is inside the container at Jenkins home credentials.xml. So we tried that. That didn't work. Yeah, it's very dramatic music. It is. So opt Jenkins credentials.xml. This seems like a long shot, but let's give it a try. Okay, that doesn't exist. Is there anything in var lib Jenkins builds1 build.xml? Yeah, we can give it a try. Var lib Jenkins builds 1 build.xml. No such file for this one. Oh boy. What else? Thank you very much for following Peter Parker. Peter Parker, aren't you? Shouldn't you be swinging around New York? But welcome to the stream. You're now a HackerFrog. Let's give you a fun redeem. How about a Spider-Man? That's true. That's true. Let's give you a Nyan Cat. There you go. Okay, so don't say the secret identity, man. Well, no, I would never say the secret identity. No. But yeah. Anyways. All right, so Jenkins, encryption of secrets and credentials. I don't. Let's take a look. Jenkins home secrets. Well, I mean, we've already found the master key and the secret, and the secret key. Time to sudo. Yeah, of course. It's time to delete everything and call it a day. We might be calling it a day pretty soon, but I want to poke at this a little bit longer. Just a bit longer. But I mean, you know, maybe we should call it quits before we go completely insane. Wonder who's streaming on Twitch right now. But I am very interested to learn from this experience, because it really got me thinking about a lot of stuff, especially about this Jenkins application. But who can we raid? Is there somebody on InfoSec streams? I'm the only person on InfoSec streams right now. Yeah, okay. Who else is streaming right now? Let's do. Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Memory corruption. You're now HackerFrog. GitHub to Jenkins decrypt. But I mean, if we run something like Jenkins decrypt, we need to run it on something, right? And we would usually run it on. Let me check. GitHub Jenkins decrypt. We good hacks. Hello, nice to see you here. And is this Twexstein? I think this is what you're talking about, right? Okay, so we need the master key. We need credentials.xml to run this, but we don't have credentials.xml. I mean, if we had all three of these, then we could run this, but we don't. I believe you when Copilot says it's a good tool, but we don't have one of the ingredients, so we can't really run that right now. But anyways, let's go ahead and find somebody we could raid. How about we raid Moohoodles again? Moohoodles usually stream stuff about NASA stuff. Let's go ahead and locate them. So Twitch. Well, let me grab that URL. Where is this challenge now? I want to end the CTF. Where's the challenge from? So this is from Docker Labs. So Docker Labs is over. Where is it? Docker Labs is over here. And this is the JenkHack challenge. So just look up JenkHack. Go to the website here. It's called JenkHack. And what is Moohoodles doing? They're playing Dune. Maybe we should look somewhere else. We'll raid into the science stream instead. This is going to be more related to hacking, probably. Man, this sure is slow. What are we looking at? We're looking at some science stuff. Spin up a Jenkins instance locally via Docker and poke around. Of course, got ads right as he answered it. Sorry about that. But anyways, I can't hack for too much longer. I gotta eat dinner. I gotta finish the rest of my day. But thank you everybody for coming around. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you back on Monday. Before we go, let's talk about what we're going to be doing next week. So on Monday, we're going to be doing our next stream, and we're going to be doing Claude AI versus Gandalf AI Part 2. So we're going to do the Claude computer use, and we're going to try to get the Claude AI to defeat the Gandalf AI in an epic battle of AI fun. And we're also going to be taking a look at the Nebula CTF labs from exploit.education, and we're going to be doing some stuff over at the Bandit labs from overthewire.org. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Hope to see you then, and we're going to be back on Monday. Thank you very much, everybody, for everybody who came by today, all the followers and all the subscribers. Much appreciated. Let's start a raid into science streams. Raid science streams. Okay, so thank you very much, everybody, and have a great weekend. TGIF, and we'll see you next time.
The tribes arrived. I promise that I have prescribed you vibes. The vibes we got are giant. Shout out to the stream for the raid. That's science.
They do, Terminator Pig. Yeah, they do vote. Orb, first-time chatterer. Welcome on in. Shy Hat, how was your stream? How was the extremely ethical hacking that you were doing today? Never naughty is the Shy Hat. Lots of hopping. Lots of running around.